Welcome to the Bothell City Council meeting of December 18th, 2018. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The last meeting of the year. All council members are present. And we are into meeting agenda approval. Is there any changes to tonight's meeting agenda? Seeing none. Moving on to the review of the projected agenda. Is there any changes to the projected agenda? We're good. Review of public engagement opportunities. None. Awesome. We're moving right along. Staff briefings. We have Sound Transit 3 briefing from Steve Morikawa. Hey, Steve, sorry to interrupt you real quick. Council, there's Councilmember Agnew missed and wanted to pull something off consent. Are you guys okay to back the truck up for just a second? Okay. Councilmember Agnew, which item?
18-194.
18-194. Okay. Mr. Morikawa, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. So I'd like to update you on where we are in coordinating with Sound Transit 3 bus rapid transit projects, fill you in on some of the staff key concerns, and also talk about a letter we propose would be addressed from the council to the Sound Transit Board. Excuse me. Yep. So all of Bothell's coordination with Sound Transit stems from 3 documents. The first one is called the System Expansion Implementation Plan, and it essentially sets up the framework for implementation of the Sound Transit 3 projects on a broad scale. It includes all the link projects, the bus rapid transit BRT projects, and how they're going to coordinate with all the agencies. From this document, Sound Transit commits to partnership, community engagement, collaborations, transparency, and accountability. Document also kind of set up the format for elected leadership groups as well as stakeholder groups, interagency groups. All of those are described in that document. It also finally discussed development of project partnering agreements, which are the next 2 agreements. The first one is the concurrence agreement, and it's specific to the 522 BRT project. And I will warn you that sometimes the 522 project is called the 522-523 project because Northeast 145th is State Route 523, so they'll be used interchangeably. But the concurrence agreement is specific to the 522 BRT project. It broadly describes the roles, responsibilities, and goals, expectations for all the public agencies participating. It was signed by WashDOT, King County, Kenmore, Lake Forest Park, Seattle, Shoreline, Bothell, and Woodinville. For cities specifically, they basically say we have the regulatory authority. We will provide input to design. Potentially under agreement with Sound Transit, we may have design approval, and we may serve as potential design and construction agents as well. The last agreement is specific to Bothell. It covers both BRT projects. It identifies key persons who are representatives from each agency. The language there indicates that both parties will avoid postponing difficult decisions until a critical deadline. Upon completion of the alternatives development evaluation phase, Sound Transit and the city will develop an agreement or other document to be signed by the executive leadership of each party to memorialize the preferred alternative or proposed action as it pertains to the city. So we're getting close to that point, which is why we wanted to brief you. The city is also entering into developing a 4th agreement. This is the one for State Route 522 Stage 3, which we'll talk about later. We're getting ready to go to construction, and this would allow them to fund the construction phase. So this is the representation for both BRTs. You can see we have Councilmember McNeil and Deputy Mayor Dura participating, as well as staff and the city manager. What I'd like to do is right now is kind of go with the fairly straightforward stuff. So let me talk about 2 projects within the larger project of the 522 BRT. So This is a map of the whole 522 BRT project. This is I-5 at Northeast 145th and Shoreline. So that's where this BRT is supposed to go, to link up with the Link Light Rail. So essentially, where's my mouse? It goes along 145th, on 522 to Lake Forest Park, through Kenmore, and then through Bothell, and continue on to Woodinville. So the first project that we're talking about, we call in our capital facilities plan, State Route 522, Stage 3. And essentially, this would put BAT lanes, business access transit lanes, between the limits of Kenmore and Wayne Curve on both sides of the road. We got federal money to help us fund the design and the right-of-way. We're finishing up designing right-of-way. We're getting ready to go out to bid early next year. We're developing an agreement with Sound Transit to pay for all the construction costs. So that's where we are with that one. Find my mouse. So the Stage 2B project, that's what we call it, is between Wayne Curve and where the Crossroads project ended, basically at 180th at the gas station. So what that would do would build a westbound BAT lane towards Seattle that's on the side of the fruit stand and put a sidewalk there as well. So we are in discussion with Sound Transit 3 on scope of the work and how that's going to get accomplished. Okay. So those two are pretty much the straightforward sections within Bothell. And then when you start getting closer to I-405, starts getting a little bit more complicated, which is the part we really want to talk about. So one of the reasons we wanted to talk about this is on November 30th, there was a combined elected leadership group meeting, and they basically revealed their recommended projects on I-405 as well as State Route 522. And Bothell has some concerns about the process. We don't feel we've received sufficient and timely information to understand and support their analyses. We are concerned about the recommended versus representative projects, concerned a little bit about how the two BRTs are going to be connected, and concerned a little bit about the bus space and how it's going to impact our regional growth center. So I want to go through each of those. So when they went to the voters, they had what's a description of the project they're going to build, and it's called a representative project. So that's where they start off from. So this is a map through Bothell, and I'm going to show you various maps through Bothell. They all kind of show the same area. But the representative 522 project follows 522 from Seattle, and of course you go in both directions. I'm going to show one direction. Take a left turn on 98th, go along 185th, past City Hall, get to the campus through 185th. This would be 10-minute headways. So every 10 minutes you would see a bus in each direction. From here, it would go out the main entrance on the north side, take a right on Beardsley, take a right on 195th interchange, down I-405, and head to Woodinville. That dash line is every 20 minutes, so every other bus. So somewhere in here, the representative project, basically half the buses have to turn around somewhere. Also in the representative project is a park and ride somewhere north of the library, south of Popkini, in the area that the city of Bothell owns right now. So that's the representative project. So one of the things that's making it very complicated to get the bus rapid transits connected together is that WashDOT actually has a project to improve I-405 with express toll lanes. Right now they have design money to design the first phase, which is somewhat north of Totem Lake to 527. And then the second phase would take express toll lanes all the way to I-5 and Linwood. The problem becomes where WashDOT's deciding to put the direct access to the express toll lanes. And in their plan, it's only at 522 and 527. For the bus rapid transit I-405 project, they were planning on using general purpose lanes, and they were going to stop at Brickyard, 160th, 195th, and 527. And the connection point was at 195th, which is kind of the crux of the problem. If that goes away, how are they going to connect up? So the Sound Transit staff came up with three options. They called it the Representative Project Modified, South Campus, and the Downtown Bothell Connections. So for the first one here, let's see if this works. Here we go. So 522 basically follows its path up north 98th along 185th. It goes to the University of Washington. I'm going to let it get there. And then at 195th, every other bus turns around and every other bus goes down yellow to Woodinville. And again, this is the modified project. Okay, and they have not told us how, but they have to figure out some way to turn around at 195th, and one guess is potentially use a roadway there. Again, we're not sure how, we haven't been told, but that's the conundrum that they have. The I-405 project essentially comes up the I-405 corridor, and it gets off at the 195th interchange right there, and then continues on after. So this is the connection point that they propose. If you want to get on from 522 or vice versa to I-405 BRT, you do so at the 195th interchange. This is one of their three options, and our problem with this is it's an interim option. In other words, if I-405 gets built with the ETL, what happens to this stop? And there is not discussion about what would happen when that occurs. And I'll come back to this a little bit. So the second option is a South Campus option. So it kind of starts out the same, 522 to 98th, go up past City Hall and 185th, but you'll take a right turn down 104, go down Kaesner, go down 522, and then use the South Campus entrance. And you would turn around somewhere in there. There's kind of an area there that's currently being used for layover right now by buses. The I-405 BRT would essentially get off I-405. It would also go to South Campus. It would meet up at that same area. Then it would turn around, get back on I-405, and go back up north as well. This connection is not supported by the campus because they already have planned and are basically starting to construct a maintenance building right where that loop is, that all the buses would be there. They also have concerns about elevation differences between where the campus is and this kind of a little low spot. They also have concerns that a lot of their parking is on the south side, and if you bring the buses there, there would be conflict. All their deliveries would be at that building as well. So this is not a supported option, and I think Sound Transit recognizes that. I guess the last piece, that every other bus from the 522 would continue on to Woodinville from a little different angle there. So that's the second option. The last option is called the downtown Bothell connection. And essentially, it kind of looks similar to, for the 522 portion at least, similar to their representative project. Goes up 98th, across 185th, goes through 185th, and gets to campus. At that point, every other bus would go to Woodinville. And I'm going to speed this up a little, because you guys have seen that. And then I'm showing there probably how the turnaround would be. The interesting part would be I-405, BRT would get off I-405, get on 522, and go all the way to Kaesner parking right. The thought there was it would serve downtown Bothell. It would get relatively close to the 522 BRT. Your connection point would be in downtown Bothell. It wouldn't be in the middle of an interchange somewhere. We could, if the park and ride were built on the King County park and ride, you could basically remedy the elevation difference between the park and ride and Main Street so that walking distance wouldn't be a grade difference. A little bit of the issue would be that the difference in the two lines is about 1,000 feet apart. So that green line is where you would have to walk. One proposal would be to develop 130 as a walking corridor. It's very little used by vehicles, and it could be a great way to connect the two BRTs, and certainly development around that could support pedestrians walking that corridor. So that's the third option. The recommended option, again, from Sound Transit staff is the first one, which is the interim one, which connects everything up at 195th. So one of the things we tried to bring out was we could certainly modify the route of 522 BRT to get them closer to that Kaesner Park and Ride. So in this particular case, instead of going down Beardsley, they'd take a left down 104, and that would bring them closer to the Park and Ride. I'm going to skim through this really quickly. So that's the connection point there would be relatively close, especially if you have a structure there with stairs, escalator, or elevator that allows you to make up that grade difference. So going back to their recommendation interim, they have not presented what the long-term solution to their interim proposal would be. One thought that we have discussed with them and they consider, but they haven't thought about how to pay for it or when it would occur, would be a modification to that first alternative. In this particular alternative, 522, every 10 minutes would go through the campus, would continue on every 10 minutes, would go on Beardsley, and then take a right turn onto the highway. It would have to get into general purpose lanes because remember, there's no direct access. It would turn around in the interchange at 522. There's a little area in the northwest quadrant that WashDOT says is enough for a turnaround here. And then the bus would turn around and go back up I-405 every 10 minutes. The I-405 would essentially have a stop in the middle of that interchange as well, and then would continue north and south. So the connection point would be in the middle of the interchange. It would be every 10 minutes, which is good, but the problem would be it would be in the middle of an area that's not developed. And I think some of our concerns are on a dark, cold night, if a student wants to have an exchange there, it's not the best place for an exchange. And then obviously, every other 522 bus would have to head to Woodinville and back from there. So that is an option that has been thrown out there, but again, there is no mention of it in their recommendation at this point in terms of when or how it gets paid for. So in addition to the routes, one of the other things we're concerned about is the bus base. That's 120 buses that they want to locate somewhere for maintenance and storage when they're not in use. And their preferred location is in our Canyon Business Park on a 12.5-acre site. So one of our concerns is we're going through a planning process to try to develop the regional growth center here. And 12.5 acres basically would potentially lose estimated capacities of dwelling units up to 1,800, people living there up to 3,200, and employees up to 1,200. So to give you a scale of that lot size, the junction is under 2 acres. So this lot's about six times the size of the junction. So that is another one of our concerns. Do they mitigate it? Is there a requirement for a transit-oriented development to help mitigate some of the losses that we would incur if they basically just put a bus facility there? So where are we? Essentially what we've done is we've drafted a letter that essentially we would like you to look at, and if you support it, essentially would tell the Sound Transit Board, please give more time to the Sound Transit staff to adequately study options and work with the city to identify a good long-term solution. Their staff is under pressure to meet certain deadlines, and unfortunately, we feel that's, they may not have enough time to give us the information we need and to kind of collaboratively work with us in order to get a good long-term solution. If we don't get more time, the schedule's basically up there. They would select a refined solution in December, January. They would have one more elected leadership group meeting where they basically announce that. Probably in February, they would be asking agencies to give their concurrence officially, and then staff would go to the Sound Transit Board in March with their recommended options. And I'm open for questions if you have any.
Is there questions? Mr. Morikawa? It's a really uplifting story.
Sorry, we need your help.
So we do have a draft of the letter in your guys' packets on the dais. Did you want us to provide comments now on the letter, or do you want us to give those in writing and that kind of thing?
If the council has comments tonight, we'd like to get the letter off to the Sound Transit Board so they have an opportunity to read it. So
Okay. You'd like to what? Okay. Councilmember McNeil would like to get input from you guys because they're going to the leadership groups as well as this letter, so. I don't know what to say. It seems like there's no good option there. Or what's from a transportation standpoint, which one's the best for us?
Again, it's just staff recommendation. You have to understand, like, the city, we try to look at everything. Transit has to look at transit. We personally like getting I-405 BRT into downtown because we think long-term we've developed a city that's transit-oriented. That's our whole downtown. As we grow, we hope that in the long term, that would be the best solution for us. It's a hard push. Sound Transit's pushing very hard at everybody not to get off I-405. Their estimate is probably about 10 minutes round trip from the time they leave the 522 intersection to get to Kaesner and get back on, which is fairly long. It was, I think, 6 minutes round trip to get into the campus. We've kind of driven it. We've kind of done our studies a little bit on our side, informal studies. We think they're on the high end, but they're not unreasonable in terms of that 10-minute timeline. One of the things we're pointing out to them, though, is their representative project, the project that we all voted on, was using general purpose lanes, not express toll lanes. If they use express toll lanes, their study shows that from Linwood to Bellevue, they'll save 24 minutes. So our argument, but when they save the 24 minutes, they bypass two of our park and ride at Brickyard and our 195th, where we're supposed to interact with 522 BRT. So our question is, how do you mitigate that? Because we're getting the bus barn. We're saving you 24 minutes because of ETL, and we've been a strong advocate of ETL. How do you mitigate this with us? And I think that's what the staff is looking for. It's not that any one particular solution is absolutely the best, but I think we don't understand how we're being taken care of with some of these issues. And I think that's what we feel need to be worked out.
Okay. What about the two of you that are actually on this topic? Do you have an opinion? Do you have anywhere?
Well, I mean, we can tell the community that Councilmember McNeil and I really lit a fire under them at the last meeting. I have heard that now they're not considering getting rid of the two stops at Brickyard and 195th, but they would be having to travel the general purpose lanes. So I guess I would contend that if you're having to travel general purpose lanes, how much more time is that versus the 10 minutes? And then I was at Skit this morning and I talked to Cameron Gural, and he said that the capital committee of the Sound Transit met yesterday and pretty strongly told the team that they have some work to do. So that's encouraging. But I think we need to keep putting pressure on them because it's just not acceptable that we would take it in the chin with advocating for the fixes on 405 and then taking a bus barn, which could undermine our ability to meet our regional growth center targets. So I think we've been pretty clear about that. But if anyone has any questions, I'm sure Councilmember McNeil and I can answer them.
What about you, Councilmember McNeil?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would echo that, agree with that. I think the most important thing, I think you stated it earlier, is the timing and the loss of the stops. Sounds like they're talking about us not losing those stops. But more importantly, I think it's the message around from now until a long time into the future, this becomes our light rail, our quick transportation. So we need to make sure we stay focused on this and at least make sure that we're looking at how those two connections are and where they're taking place is important. And I think, you showed 3 options, but I believe you also showed a 4th one that showed it coming closer to the park and ride where the 405 and the 522 come together. I think it's important, maybe you can speak to that a little bit and let the council know how that actually works, what that option would mean for us.
I think the 522, no matter how it looks, will be served very well because it's a 10-minute headway and it's going to go at least to campus. I think the 405 is the one we're really working hard at. And I mean, ideally, Bothell, downtown Bothell would be in the middle of I-405, but it's just not. So we somehow have to justify pulling off and serving us. And I think what we're trying to do is make sure that the studies they're showing, typically land use models like PSRC models, they don't get as fine-tuned as our model does, because we've done a lot of work in downtown. We anticipate having a lot of people in downtown, and their model may not capture that. So we want to look at their model and say, did you capture the accurate ridership that you're going to generate by pulling into downtown rather than just stopping in the middle of an interchange? Those are the kind of discussions we would like to have. In terms of the walk, again, I think for us, we feel like having a connection point in the middle of an I-405 interchange is not ideal. We understand it has to happen sometime. 195th wasn't too bad because it's fairly urban. There's residential units and retail units fairly close by. But in the middle of the 522 interchange, there's none of that. And there's really no opportunity for that because that's in a washed-out limited access area, and they're not likely to rent it out to somebody or Starbucks or whoever who would develop that area. We think it's more important if you had a exchange point that's in the middle of an urban downtown area. And that's what the connection within downtown Bothell would be. They also speak to creating transit-oriented development and creating around the BRT systems. We think this would give us the best opportunity for downtown Bothell to do that. Because otherwise you have one connection point to get to the I-405, or you have one connection point and it's not in such a great place. We think it would be better in downtown Bothell.
Okay, so those connections, 405, 522 are very critical. And the things that I'm hearing from the transportation meetings is that people are traveling, coming in from the east side from Monroe, as far as Monroe, and people are traveling from the north, south, all trying to head into Seattle or Bellevue, and making sure that we have adequate head times and reliable transportation is critical. And then making sure that they can make those connections without having to go too far or walk too far.
Right.
There was one other thing that was brought up in the meetings, and I think you've heard me speak about it a lot. That's the head times, travel times from Bothell to Seattle via, we'll call it Bothell Way, onto 145th to where light rail is going to be. And in some of those meetings, I've heard that there's a problem on 145th. And unless the problem on 145th is fixed, it's not going to be totally reliable in that stretch. That doesn't mean we can't be fixed, but it's not going to be as reliable. And the concern that I would have is that if it's not reliable, and I could go from, hypothetically, Lake Forest Park, Kenmore, to Bellevue quicker, I would go that direction versus going to Link Light Rail via 145th to Shoreline. So I think that making sure that the entire connection from both is functioning is important because it is our one and only opportunity, at least for the foreseeable future. So thank you for your work, Steve.
Thank you.
Does anybody have an opinion they'd like to share? I have one. I always have one, but I'll wait. No? All right. There we go. Councilmember Zorns.
It's just a small opinion. Anytime you have to walk between bus stops, it's not a big deal. And for it to happen here in Bothell, I've ridden the light rail down at the university, down to SeaTac, and you get off through Seattle. If you want to connect with a bus, you have to walk a couple blocks to get to your connecting buses. So as a rider, I would not be shy about that component. That's my only input on it.
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. So I guess which I don't have a full understanding is the impact on the University of Washington Bothell with these different options. So it seems to me they're going to be mostly turnaround And so I just wondered what University of Washington Bothell, and I think we have somebody here, so I may be hearing from Kelly.
So Kelly Snyder could come up. I think the 522, whichever way we went, probably has good connection because it's 10-minute headways. Again, the South Campus has some grade issues in terms of how easy it is to get from that hole and get up to where the main campus is in terms of walkability. I-451 is a little more challenging, and I think that's the one that's tough. And yes, with the downtown option, they would either have to walk to the campus or catch another bus and get to the campus. So that would create a one change. I don't know if Kelly wants to.
That sounds like it would be concerning.
Hi, good evening. Kelly Snyder with UW Bothell, and I just want to give a shout out to the city staff. They've just been working so hard on all these with us. We've been in the room with them, working hand in glove together. So thanks to the staff and to those who are representing you, both Deputy Mayor Davina Dorr and Councilmember James McNeil. Thank you so much. So each of the solutions or alternatives have different challenges for the campus. When Sound Transit came and proposed the south access alternative to connect the 405 and 522 BRT, that is a real difficult part for us. That location is small. It's close to the Sammamish River. It's very restricted on site. It's also close to the North Creek. 100-year floodplain issues. It's the lowest point on campus, so ADA access issues. There was some talk about dividing, having some of the buses come south, some of the buses go north, having two different transit centers on campus. It is where our largest physical parking facility is, so there's going to be a lot of conflict with exiting cars, entering cars. We are building our corporation yard in that south location right now. So to build a transit center as well as our corporation yard, there's just not enough physical space there. All our delivery is going to go in that location. We're going to have constant traffic, semi-trucks coming in there, so have that many buses and all of our deliveries at the same time, probably, and then all the pedestrians that are coming from the buses. Probably not the best set of solution in that location. The north is still our preferred location. I think it's a place that people have come accustomed to going. We believe that there's a solution that works there. We know from the campus master planning process, which we included the transit agencies in discussing what the solutions might be long-term, even though they weren't quite ready to have that conversation. We know that there's an at-grade across the whole campus, an at-grade solution at the north end, so that reduces and limits the ADA access issues, which we're very focused on right now. It is important to make sure that ridership has the least number of trying to connect to all the other buses. So if you can just take one bus, that would be best. If you have one transfer, that's not as good, but still better. A lot of our students, faculty, and staff, so it's not just about the students, our faculty and staff also take buses from all around the region. And so whatever solution comes, we hope that it reduces the number of transfers, has direct access to the campus as much as we possibly can, and we're trying to be super helpful in trying to find solutions, and we've been supporting the city in their positions as well. Does that help you? Great, thanks.
All right, anybody else? So if you are counting heads over here, I like the Keisner option for 405. There's also a river underneath that big interchange of 522 and 405, which also, I don't know how that would even fit there. So it makes sense to me. It need to come this way a bit from 405 at that interchange. And I don't think the school, that location doesn't make much sense to me at all. I drive through there every day. It's already busy and there is no bus rapid transit. So, and then trying to bring the 522 route closer to the Keisner Park and Ride would be my preference, but I guess I could live with either alignment.
Okay, cool, thank you.
There you go. There we go. Councilmember McCullough?
And I guess that would be for the bus, where the buses are going to base at Canyon Park. Is there any mitigation for the roadways there at all, if they do that?
So that's interesting. All the roads right now are private in there. So eventually, when we come up with our plan, and if the city is going to take over that roads, then obviously that would have to be a consideration with 120 buses going over those private roads and what condition they would be in. Yes.
But from what I understand, the private owners would like the city to take that over. So where are we in that discussion?
Michael, can I pass that to you? Oh, sorry.
Wrong person.
It's really early in the conversation,
Okay.
so it's been part of the visioning, but we have asked them for information about the condition of their roads, and the conversation continues, so it'll be a while.
But may I say, if the bus barn was to locate there, that conversation would have to take place.
Absolutely.
Probably along those lines too, it would be prudent to talk to PSRC about the target for that whole regional growth center at that point, because go ahead and take 12 acres out of is that even possible that we can tell them, like, look, we lost this to a regional infrastructure?
In that case, we would have to figure out another place in the park to do that within our regional growth center. There really aren't exceptions for that. So we're looking at those new thresholds and what we would have to meet under those thresholds. And it also affects our capacity for our Snohomish County targets in general, because that's our main growth area within Snohomish County. So if we don't have it there, we have to look at other places to make that up.
Wow, getting it all angles out here. Councilmember McCall?
So it is not our decision whether they will locate there, though. I mean, they may decide to locate. Is that correct? And it's not our decision. It would be theirs.
My understanding is it's their decision, yes. We can encourage them and coax them and hold our breath until we turn blue. But beyond that, I'm not sure that we can tell them where to locate.
All right, anything else? Councilmember McCall? I'm sorry, Councilmember McNeil. Too many mix over here.
We look alike, all right. Thank you, Mayor. I think with that said, I think it's very important that we as a council at least discuss this, because this is a very important topic, because losing these numbers can affect us immensely. And we fought really hard on this regional growth area, and we cannot afford to lose it now. So it's important that we stay strong with our message out there, and be very vocal about what it is that we need to maintain these growth targets, whether that be with PSRC or whomever we need to, the Sound Transit Board. We need to make sure that that message is heard loud and clear as a council. It's important.
Any other comments on this one? Deputy Mayor?
So are we good? Can we send the letter? What do you need?
Well, I'll sign in this if the council would like.
I just want us
Send a
to,
letter.
this is a long meeting. Let's make a decision.
Councilmember McCall, are you okay with the letter? Do you want to take a second? You okay with it? McNeil? All right. All right, we're sending it.
Thank you.
Yep. I'll need one without draft print. Yeah. All right. Next on the agenda is city manager and council committee reports. None. Council committee reports. Councilmember McNeil.
Let me go first. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I have a couple quick updates. I attended the Sound Cities Association Network dinner. The guest speaker was Governor Inslee. So the discussion was kind of around some of the regional priorities for the upcoming year in 2019. Some of the key topics were homelessness, affordable housing, countywide parks levy renewal, which is one we should be keeping an eye on closely for a future bond levy going out for parks. A little bit around King Conservation District work plans, transportation, obviously a very big issue here in Bothell. Regional airport capacity and impacts on future expansion at SeaTac Airport. Vision 2050 for growth targets, million+ new people coming to our area regionally. And then preparing, one of the bigger things is the 2020 U.S. Census. There was a lot of conversation around the 2020 census and what that means to our area. and emergency management coordination, which I think all cities should be working on. I think we're working on that as well. So those are some of the things that were talked about at the network dinner. We had a brief meeting at Regional Law, Safety, and Justice talking about future topics for the year 2019. Look forward to having conversation around proactive policing, regional court systems, things like that. Those are some of the topics that we're going to be looking at in the upcoming year. During our PIC meeting, I want to congratulate Deputy Mayor Dewar for being elected to the SCA caucus. For those council members for the city that doesn't know that, it's been a very long time, if at any point we've ever been on that board, and to have a representative from the city of Bothell involved in the board of SCA, which represents 38 cities, and 1 million plus people, is a big deal, and it just shows the involvement that this current council has and the work that we're doing regionally. So I'm super excited, and congratulations to the deputy mayor on that appointment. We also had conversations around race and equity at a recent event that was held down in Auburn that I was super proud to be a part of, and go down there and hear what we're doing regionally for making sure that we become welcoming cities. So great work that was being done regionally. I'm super proud of Bothell for all the work that we're doing, and thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and congratulations again.
All right, any Deputy Mayor?
So hopefully you won't mind indulging me with a topic that's not a committee report. I do have some of those, but I wanted to mention that Bothell lost a beloved community member this week. We're known, according to Reader's Digest, as the kindest city in America. And this individual was a bagger up at QFC in Canyon Park. She had a diagnosis of a rare genetic disorder called Coffin-Siris syndrome. She was known as just a very loving person. There's a lot of grieving going on in social media, and despite her challenges, she raised money for homeless people. And so I just wanted to mention in this season where we should be really happy that other people aren't suffering. So sorry about that, but very special community member who will be missed. Moving on, the WashDOT Executive Advisory Group met on December 11th. We got updates from the East Side Rail Corridor progress, and specifically the 405-167 corridor program update. WashDOT kind of talked about some of the funding strategies that are possible for it's basically our pet project, which is 522 up to 527, the expansion of the capacity, getting direct access ramps. All of this is required for BRT that actually works. So there are a couple options. There's traditional state or federal funding, which would be a gas tax. The other option would be the bonding of the tolls, and with a 25-year level debt service. Or there's the pay-as-you-go. The preferred option is that the bonding of tolls, because the gas taxes, currently all the gas tax goes to paying debt we already have incurred, and it's a diminishing returns with electric vehicles and whatnot. So the bonding of tolls would advance the project the most quickly and get it online by 2024, which is when BRT opens. It'll keep the projects on schedule, and it would honor the partnerships with Sound Transit, BRT, and the East Side Rail Corridor. And the toll revenue from the project would start to accrue in 2024. Interestingly enough, 70% of the morning southbound commuters on 405 heading south come from outside of Bothell and Kenmore. That's Snohomish County residents. Next steps for the legislature would be a toll authorization, and then advance 522, 527 improvements through the legislature to meet the 2024 BRT schedule. At that point, I think they would be looking at combining this 167 and 405 to make one corridor, and then they would have to develop a system for prioritizing projects there. At PSRC, Transportation Policy Board, we also had a briefing on the aviation study. It was emphasized quite a few times that it is a study. It's not looking into expansion plans. That made everybody nervous. And we had a Vision 2050 update. So currently, there are 3 growth scenarios that we'll have to decide on. One is the current strategy, which is adding density around regional growth centers. Ours is Canyon Park. The second growth strategy would be to concentrate density around high-capacity transit. And the third would be, I guess they're calling it disbursement and less directed growth. Super interesting, they gave us a presentation on something they're calling the dislocation index. Basically, they're trying to find a way to measure the risk for displacement of current residents. Some of the factors include low-income areas, a percentage of minority community members, voting participation, proximity to transit. King County Bothell is medium to high for the dislocation risk, which tells me we really need to talk about affordable housing. Because if we don't address this, we will be, by default, falling into the third option for density and growth, and that would be disbursement and no real plan. So I will have that presentation forwarded to council so you can look at it. It's fascinating. It's not complete, but enough was there for me to really, it really hit me hard. And then Eastside Transportation, we basically talked about the legislative agenda, which will be moving forward, and I have to congratulate Councilmember McNeil. It's not official yet, but his name was put forward as vice chair, and so, barring anybody else stepping up and giving him some competition, we'll be having leadership representation at ETP. So, thank you for stepping up. Congratulations. And I think that's it. Thanks so much.
Any other committee reports? All right, moving on. We have a visitor comment section. Each person addressing the council will give his or her name in an audible tone of voice for the record, and unless the council grants further time, shall limit the address to 3 minutes. No person other than the council and the person having the floor will be permitted to enter into any discussion either directly or through a member of the council without the permission of the mayor. And I have 2 sign-up sheets. We do have public hearings later, so if you want to speak during those, there's sign-up sheets for those as well. First is Nathan Dwinnell.
Nathan Dwinell here. This is my first city council meeting, so bear with me. I've been asked by a group of myself and concerned Bothell residents to ask the following question. Where is Finance Director Tammy Shackman? On social media, the deputy mayor said she was on administrative leave, but the council has still not addressed this question as to where she is and why she's on leave. There are a lot of questions in the community about the leadership of the city right now. The citizens are concerned. It is your duty as council to start asking the important questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Pat Pierce.
Pat Pierce, with apologies. I'm really here about the hearing issue, but I wanted to go home, so I've got some other things to take care of. So I thought I'd come and address you and then leave. When the downtown comp plan was passed, the density caps were placed on the downtown transition districts because the transition districts were extremely unpopular. And then in 2014, the caps were removed only on a portion of the areas where the alleys or hillsides could be used as a buffer. I support the recommendations not to remove the caps on 186, but I really kind of want to focus the rest of my comments tonight on the west lower Maywood area. There are no special setbacks from the proposed development for the homes that abut this area, no design guidelines to ensure any development will fit within the remaining historic buildings. There was 3 exceptions. All the buildings abutting or in west lower Maywood are on the historic inventory. Access from the area is difficult and currently does not allow for denser uses. 188th Place was at one time a private road, and I don't know for sure the current ownership. It may be the city, but it is very narrow, and it's not up to the required standards that would be needed for multifamily. The area sits between 88th and 190th intersections, and it's right in, right out only during busy traffic times. That forces the traffic headed west, south up 190th and down 101st through the neighborhoods. There was talk at the Planning Commission of putting a light in. There again, I don't know whose pocket that money would come out of. There's no available street parking on this portion of 527. It's not clear that there will be any added when the street is widened in the unknown future. King County, Bothell already exceeds the required population projections by a considerable amount. The entire lower Maywood area is currently consistent with the comprehensive plan's requirements regarding a mix of densities and housing types. So please consider putting affordable requirements in the downtown core and neighborhood districts. The problems faced by the downtown transition districts have been addressed in those two particular districts. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to provide public comment? Going once, twice. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with item 18-198?
So moved.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's the wrong one.
194.
18-194. It's been moved off.
Second.
There we go. It's moved by Councilmember or Deputy Mayor, second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, place your vote. Passes unanimously. Wow, we're seat numbers now. Are we all there? Oh, seat number 8. Interesting. Okay. Item 18-194, establishing the 2019 fire impact fee schedule. Councilmember Agnew, I believe you pulled it.
I did. I had some questions on it, either the chief or deputy chief.
I'll have Fire Marshal Noble answer for this.
I see that we're increasing the fire impact fees in this. Now, I'm under the impression that our fire impact fees were relatively a little shy of being in the medium.
Yeah, our fire impact fees are relatively new, and they are towards the bottom third, I'd say, compared to other cities' fire impact fees, yes.
So we're bringing them up and increasing them, and where would we fit with the other jurisdictions around us?
Even after this increase, we'd still probably be below half, but we're working our way up, and we're a little behind the 8 ball, I would say, Tom, in adopting these fees in general, but we're working our way up to about 50%.
Perfect. So we're just trying to get to the middle ground and let everybody be treated fairly.
That's an accurate statement, sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
I do. Deputy Mayor?
Well, it probably isn't for you, but in general, I had a question concerning, so the impact fees are for capacity increases. We just passed a bond and levy with considerable capacity increases, and so I'm wondering if we have any plans to do a study so that we can make our fire impact fees match those capacity increases so that I guess developers pay their fair share.
That's one of the things I'd like to work on in 2019 and 2020 is to do, to look at the fees that we have and the fee study process we've been through and identify there's an opportunity to update some of those studies, yes.
Great, thanks.
Would you like to make a motion, sir?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed 2019 fire impact fee schedule adjustment as stated in attachment 1.
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Agnew, second by Councilmember McNeil to approve the proposed 2019 fire impact fee schedule adjustment as stated in attachment 1. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, place your vote. Passes unanimously. And we're on to the public hearings. The first public hearing is AB 18195, public hearing and possible council action on recommended amendments to the development regulations in 4 chapters of the Bothell Municipal Code. And we have our planning director here. Or it's community development director in the city, isn't it? Sorry, I got 2 cities in my head.
Have to find my presentation here, 1 second.
Oh, I officially am opening the public hearing, if I didn't say that.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Mike Cotterman, Community Development Director for the city. You had a briefing on these 4 items a couple of weeks ago, so I'm just going to do a quick overview of the presentation we did before. Be happy to answer any questions you might have at the end of that, and then open it up for the council deliberation and public comment. There are 4 amendments as part of this package having to do with our grading permit regulations, creating a separate site plan review section, looking at retaining structure regulations, and also some administrative time limits and permit fees, special investigation fees for our building permit. So this is a public hearing tonight, and we are asking for council action at the end of the public hearing. For the grading portion of this, we're really trying to update the regulations. We just want to align with the related codes and procedures. Right now, the grading regulations are scattered into different parts of the code. We're bringing that into a single chapter. We're also looking at some other administrative changes, primarily having to do with the application requirements, making sure that we're clarifying authority. Sometimes it refers to the director. It doesn't say what director, so we're specifying whether it's Public Works or Community Development. In most cases, for this particular part of the ordinance, it's the Public Works Director. We're also establishing a maximum gradient that could be created through this process, and then putting in some additional requirements for requiring site restoration when an area is disturbed. This is just an illustration to show you some of the different types of gradient that we're talking about. The 3-to-1 is the one that we are recommending, and we asked for some direction from council. As you recall, the Planning Commission recommended a 2.5-to-1. That would be a little steeper grade. The staff asked for direction from council at that last briefing, and your direction was to do the 3-to-1, which is what's included in the ordinance for your consideration this evening. Related to that are some retaining structures. So we've heard through our process in looking at the grading requirements and also comments that we've received from the public. We have a lot of steep slopes in the city. We see development occurring on some of those slopes, and it creates some visual and aesthetic impacts to the downslope areas when there are retaining walls that are built next to them. So we are proposing, again, that we consolidate some of these regulations right now into Chapter 1214. We're going to update some terms, clarify the language, and updating the language to make it more present day in terms of what we use in our code and also in our design standards. We're updating our illustrations. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, so it helps to demonstrate what we're talking about when we're putting some of these words in the code, and then also revising some of the setback and height and slope landscape requirements. And I've got some examples of that, as you may recall from last time. This is talking about how we measure the height of the retaining structure and what the requirements are in the side yard setback. So for this, we look at approved finish grade. We measure from there. We're not concerned with what's below in terms of the height of the wall. So we're looking at the overall height of the wall. So for side setbacks, we have a 6-foot maximum. We measure from the finished approved grade up to the top of that retaining wall structure. And that's within the side yard setback, which is typically either a 5 or a 10-foot setback. Showing some examples of where this has come up. I can get my pointer here. So here's one example. There, you'll notice there's a chain link fence on this property line. The adjacent property, there's a small setback area where the landscaping would be. This is not showing the required landscaping that would ultimately be in place. This has a 10-foot tall wall and a 6-foot high fence on top of that. Another example, and this is going toward what we're proposing in the code, we'd have a maximum, this is for the rear yard setback, I should specify, we would have a maximum 4-foot high wall, then an 8-foot setback from that, twice the height of the wall. Then you could do another 4-foot wall when you're within that setback area, and then you could put the fence on top of that. There was a question that came up last time from Councilmember Zorns about could the fence go on this first wall here, and the answer is yes, they could put the fence there if they so desire. But again, it wouldn't be as tall as the example that we show on the right, and it's still broken up with the different materials and those types of things. And in both cases, we're still requiring that there be some landscaping there to help soften the visual effects of that. There would be some director discretion to deviate from the standards where those situations would call for some deviation, and that would be the community development director's discretion there. So some examples of how this would work. So currently there's a 6-foot maximum height of the wall and there is no requirement for a landscape buffer there. If it's greater than 6 feet, then it does require a landscape buffer. So you can see the example. In this one, what we're proposing would be that within the setback area, that 15-foot setback in the rear yard, then you'd have a 4-foot maximum wall height at a 4-to-1 slope between the walls. And again, that would have to be twice the height of the downslope wall. So at a 4-foot maximum, you have to have 8 feet distance here before you can put another 4-foot wall, and then again, twice the distance of that. So that roughly covers that 15-foot setback area. And you can see that's the maximums that are there. For areas that are outside of that setback or within the building envelope area, we allow up to a 12-foot maximum wall height. So here's the setback line here. You can do a 12-foot wall height, 12-foot setback, so it's equal to the height of the wall, before you could do another 12-foot high wall. This shows the difference between the current regulations, what could be allowed, versus the new regulations. So it reduces the overall height of the wall that you could ultimately achieve up here, as well as providing more of a step back area and a gentler slope as you're going up. This is retaining some of the existing requirements that we have regarding aesthetics of the wall, the different materials and textures and patterns that could be used, and showing then what the height would be. This is for the 6-foot wall and a tall pedestrian, so there'd be some additional vegetation or relief requirement on the wall itself. And that's retaining what we have now. So that's what I have on the retaining walls and the grading. So for the site plan, very quickly, what we're doing here is we're creating a distinct and separate process for site plan review. Currently, we do site plan review either through the building permit or the grading permit phase. So it's a lot of the same things we're doing now, but we're separating that out from those processes, putting it up front, which is really where it's more effectively done, so that the developer, the applicant, is not having to do a lot of detailed, expensive building plans or construction plans before we've figured out exactly where everything goes on the site. So that really puts the basics in place for them to know what else needs to be done. I skipped a couple of things here, sorry. So if you think about the preliminary subdivision process that we use now for plats, it's really modeled after that. So you do the upfront work and then you do the final work later on when you've got the other details worked out. Removes concurrent review with the grading or building permit, so those would have to come later. We believe it's less costly and time consuming for not only for the applicant but also for the staff, because we're not doing as back and forth as much. The diagram on the right shows you the 3 different processes. So currently what we're proposing would be the site plan review process, and you can see all the steps that are involved in that. They're basically the steps that we go through now for a building, I should say a grading permit. If we have a grading permit with no site plan review, it goes through roughly the same process. If under the new ordinance we have a grading permit with a site plan review process, you see the dashed boxes on the right-hand side. Those would already be done within the site plan process, so they would not have to be repeated when they come in with the grading plan in the permit application. So that's where some of those time savings are made. This would be a type 2, so that's an administrative approval approved by the community development director. Any appeal would go to the hearing examiner. as happens with all of our Type 2 applications and permits. This applies to SEPA threshold size projects. So whatever triggers SEPA would trigger a site plan review process as well, except where we already do those types of reviews in other things like plats, PUDs, conditional use permits. So we're not making go through that twice. And it would be a permit that would be valid for 2 years. Minor modifications could be approved by the community development director. If it's a major modification, then it would have to go through the site plan review process all over again. And those are defined in the code. So these are some of the things that we currently look at when we look at site conditions. That we look at as far as existing site conditions, topography, critical areas, what's on the site, and what are the surrounding land uses. Does this trigger any landmark preservation review? Then under the site plan, we would also look at these items in terms of what they're proposing on the site, so we can get a sense of where the buildings are going to be located, what's the massing of those buildings. Facade design, if for example, is triggering the Landmark Preservation Board, this gives them the early review of what the design of the building would look like. Access to the site, parking, circulation within the site, deliveries, that's actually come up in a couple of buildings where that has come up later, and it's something we could have addressed early on. Things like landscaping, tree retention, any drainage facilities, transportation improvements, and mitigation. These are all at the conceptual level. So it's enough information that we can provide some guidance and make sure that we're achieving what's needed and required under the code. And then certainly any proposed dedications of public right-of-way or public space, things like that. So that's all on the site plan. For the building codes, this is really more administrative, and it has a lot to do with the time limitations on the different, the application times, review times, the response times, how long we'll hold on to it once it's ready to issue, those types of things. So this table, and again, this is a repeat of what we saw before. No changes to the permit application process itself. So currently, there's 18 months from when the application is deemed complete to get it to an approval. That stays the same. There's current allowance for a 90-day extension or renewal. That also stays the same. Currently, we require that applicants respond to our comments within 90 days. What we've heard from some applicants is sometimes that's not enough time to really respond to all the comments. So we're proposing that that go to 180 days. And again, allow for some extension of that if necessary. Currently, we allow a 90-day extension, but if we're giving them 180 days, we feel we can shorten that extension to 30 days. When a plan or permit is ready to issue, so we've completed all of our review, all they need to do is come in and pay the fees and pick up the permit. Sometimes those sit for a while. Right now, we have nothing in the code that says it expires at a certain point, it just sits there. So we're proposing that we put a 180-day time clock on that, and that we grant a 30-day extension if they come in at some point and say, well, you know, to pay the fee, or if maybe it's in process of selling the property or something like that, they need another 30 days. That could also be granted. And then for the permit itself, it expires after 2 years, and currently we treat mechanical and plumbing permits that are not associated with a building permit. They have a 1-year life. So this would, if they're put all together, they'd have a 2-year life. So it brings them all into the same umbrella for that. As far as renewal and extension times, right now they can request an extension for the permit if it's expired. Within 1 year of expiration, they can request a 1-year extension for an additional fee, or 1-year renewal, excuse me, for an additional fee. Dave's back there making sure I stay honest in all of this. Or a 30-day extension if the permit has expired. And typically that's if we're just waiting to do the final inspection on the permit. So the proposal is to make that request come in within 90 days rather than a year. Put a time limitation of 1 year on the renewal for with an additional fee, and then the 30-day extension to perform the final closeout, and the fee would be twice the inspector's hourly rate for that. So there's a little bit of a capture of some costs there. We also have what we call a special investigation fee. So this is adding a definition to the code. That's something we have in our permit fees right now, but we haven't defined it as well in the code, so this would do that. Basically, what we have now is if someone is working without a permit then, and we learn about that, then they are charged, first of all, they have to get the permit and pay the fee for that, and then there is a penalty of twice the permit fee. So basically, it's 3 times the permit. In some cases, they may have had a permit that's expired, or they're doing some work on one portion of it that they should have gotten an extension for, something like that. The way our code is written right now, we would still charge them 3 times the total permit fee to do that, which we think is a bit excessive in some situations, and we don't have a lot of latitude to adjust that. So this would allow us to, in those situations, to just charge them for any work that's performed beyond the permit would be 3 times the inspector's hourly rate. So it's addressing the additional cost that we have for the inspector time. There is a penalty involved because they are working without a permit, but it's not the extraordinary amount that they would pay if it was the full value of the permit.
It's 3 times the hourly rate if they have a permit and they go past the approval point.
I knew I'd get something wrong.
Dave Swayze, I'm the building official for the city. So the first one is if a project has a permit, what we've done is reduced the penalty for that to be 2 times the permit fee rather than 3 times the permit fee. And then we've also put in a penalty if it has a permit, if a project has a permit, they've gone past the point of approval, and then that's 3 times the inspector's hourly rate. And what that does is it gives a penalty to kind of curb that behavior, but also addresses the time the inspector needs to take away from other projects to go address the issue.
Thank you. Yep. Thanks, Dave. So that's all that we had as far as the recap. So if council has any questions, I have the experts here to answer the technical questions that obviously I don't know the answer to all of these. For public then we have public testimony, and then we're asking for your action. I should also mention the first 3 items did go before the Planning Commission. Their recommendation is what's coming to you this evening, with the exception of the slope. And Planning Commission Chair David Vliet is here if you have any questions of him about the Planning Commission's deliberations on this. So I believe with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Well, we usually do public comment first, just so we can, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I do have one other thing I forgot. We had a last-minute correction. This is in your packet. There are 2 pages in your packet. There were some edits that did not make the version that we sent you. Unfortunately, I apologize for that. So we've highlighted some of the changes. We've highlighted the 4 items that need to change here. There's 2 days on page 34 of 39. And then it's referring to the expiration of the mechanical and plumbing permits as being 2 years rather than 1 year. So those are corrections that we would ask you to note in any motion if you decide to approve this evening. And again, my apologies for the mix-up on those.
So I only see 3 highlighted corrections. Is that correct?
I'm
Or is
counting
there
2
4?
words. Yes, it's 2 years shall expire 2 years. It should be 3 corrections. That's one of them. And then the other one is going from 30 to 180 days and from 180 to 30 days. And they're highlighted in yellow.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
So nobody signed up for public comment. Does anybody want to provide public comment on this for this hearing? There's 4 hearings, so this is the first one. Going once, twice, okay. Any questions for staff? This side, how about this way? Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. First of all, I did have a meeting with Michael, and I appreciated the fact that, and I'd like to recognize that there is a stakeholders advisory group that meets quarterly. So this has been given to our local builders and master builders so they can respond. And at this point, I don't think we've had any responses. So I appreciate the fact that we are at least meeting with them and giving them a heads up. Secondly, my question is, what is the hourly rate for, let me do this now, hold on, where'd it go? What hourly rate for the?
Is that for the inspector?
Yes.
I'm not even going to hazard a guess. I'm going to ask Dave to answer.
I'm just kind of curious.
It's $156.51.
$156.51.
Correct.
So 3 times that would be what they would pay if they didn't have a permit
if they cover something without approval.
Right,
And we make them, and then it has to go through the inspection process again.
okay, thank
You didn't just say the inspector makes $151 an hour, right?
No,
That's the penalty. That's 3 times their hourly rate?
that's the rate that we charge for their time.
Oh, that's like the truck and overhead and.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the full cost. That's not the salary, that's the cost.
Yeah, I want to be a building inspector if that was the salary. Yeah. Okay, is there any other questions? Were you done, Councilmember McAuliffe? Okay. Any other questions on this one?
We will be hiring a building inspector next year if you're interested. So.
Maybe. It sounds like a good job. I do have one quick question, and that's, well, I tried to figure out where I would put this, but I had some concern about well, there's one compliment. I really appreciate you guys dealing with the retaining wall. I think we were all pretty mortified when we saw the pictures, well, the picture you had in your presentation. That was somebody's backyard that's lived here for, I don't know, 30-some years, and I knew, anyways, thank you for fixing that so that doesn't happen again. For the site plan review, I have some consternation or at least concern about, it was in our packet, it said that during the site plan review is when they would dedicate parts of their property as a park.
They would show what, excuse me, they would show what that dedication is. And if there is a, excuse me, if there is a dedication, then we could process it at that time if they wanted to do that.
So sometimes in the past, we've seen them wanting relief from their park impact fees for such amenities to be built as part of their development. And at least from my personal experience, I've had some difficulties saying no once they finally came to council because they got so far down the road with having that park as part of their development that it would just be a bad move, I think, on behalf of the council at the last minute. Say, like, just kidding, we're not going to relieve your park impact fees because you're going to build that park. And this is the whole chapter is a type 2 decision. So do you recommend any language that we could put in here that could just basically put a fire shot across the bow that if they do think that they're going to get park impact fees reduced, they need to apply for that and have a type 5 decision made? Does that make sense?
Yes, I think it does. I'm not sure if we'd have to do a type 5 decision because I believe the council's only action in that would be to accept the dedication. So as far as whether to accept that, if that's something that, if there's, Jeff, how do we do that right now with plats? If there's a dedication, when does that come forward?
Dedications and plats come forward at final plat. I mean, they're expressed initially in preliminary plat drawings as a, hey, this is what we intend to do, this is what we plan to do. And it helps set the spatial orientation of everything on the site, right? It kind of distributes all of the elements of the property. Where are the lots going to be? Where the street's going to be? Where the open space is going to be? That kind of thing. The actual dedication doesn't happen until much later.
The plat's approved?
Until the plat's approved and they're ready to record it. I mean, it could be beyond even construction engineering at that point, where the actual dedication takes place. But the space has been identified since the very beginning.
So I think we might begin a little hung up on me saying dedication. I guess I didn't really mean that. So if I found the page, it's page 117 of our packet, or page 19 out of 39 of the code amendment. This code amendment. But the part that caught my attention, it says that the let's see here. The contents of a complete application goes through all the stuff that you're required to have. Site plan review application contents. One of the things is lands, if any, to be reserved or dedicated for parks, playgrounds, open space, or other recreational uses. And what I'd like to do is add I don't know if this is the right spot, but to add a sentence that says park impact fees can only be waived by a type 5 decision.
That would be a change to a different part of the code.
I know. That's kind of the cart before the horse, but could we do that here? I mean, it's in the code at that point.
We'd have conflicts in the code at that point. What I would suggest is that we put that on the docket for the council consideration, because then we would be able to amend the section of the code that needs to be amended to do that, if that's the direction that the council wants to go. if I'm understanding you correctly, that would change the way that we make that decision now in terms of our administrative procedures.
So because we had a recent one come to council where we had to make a decision whether we were going to waive their, or whatever, not have them pay park impact fees because they were going to build a park as part of their development.
And I'd have to research how that's done now, because it is waiving the fee, is that currently an administrative decision or is that a council decision? I'm not familiar with how we've done that.
It wasn't a waiving, it was a choice. And so I think what the mayor's asking for is there an opportunity earlier in the process, if a developer is going to propose, instead of doing a park in lieu fee, that instead they take a portion of the property they own, build a public park, and then donate that park to the city, the council would like to have an opportunity earlier in the process to decide whether that's the right thing to do or not for that development. As if they say no, the development should be designed a different way. And what happened with another development is, by the time that decision was down the road, it was really too late.
Yes.
And so the council didn't feel it had the option to choose between the in lieu fee, the park in lieu fee, or accepting the park. And so that's what they're asking, is earlier in the process for the developer to come before the council and ask whether they can basically create that park and dedicate it over to the city.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I understand that. I'm still not sure, though, how we do that in the code, or if this alone would make that change. And I'd be happy to look into that some more. I'm a little concerned about making that change in this part of the code, because there are probably other parts of the code that are affected by that, and we'd create an inconsistency.
I would agree with that course of action. I think changing it right now without being able to look at how that decision impacts the rest of code would be ill-advised at this stage, but it's something we can either continue this public hearing into the new year, we can research that and come back with draft language, or it can be decided tonight and we can come back at a later date, which I think would be the most preferable option. Now we understand that if that's the will of council.
Yeah. And just to tack on to that, if we did that, if this is adopted this evening, then what we could do procedurally is, where we have that situation, is just make sure that we bring something to the council in a briefing or a study session or something along those lines, until we figure out if there's some code change that we need to do. So procedurally, that's a very simple thing for us to do.
That would be my recommendation, is that you give us that direction, to include that as part of the procedure process, so we can implement it administratively as long as we don't violate any code. So we have the direction to do that in case a development comes up, and then we could fix it. Any inconsistencies, we could fix that as a future item.
So how would a motion like that sound like?
I think oftentimes we've talked that when we've had this discussion and it's on the public record, if there's basically an agreement of 4 or more council members to have that process occur earlier in the development process, that we would just follow that direction. So I'm not sure it necessarily needs to be in the motion.
That's correct. Okay.
And that would apply for site plans, preliminary plats, PUDs, wherever you have that situation. What I'm hearing is that you're asking that would be the situation, that we would bring something to the council for your early nod or no.
Yeah, I think it's important that we only have a finite amount of park resources, and if everybody wants a park in their development and they're all going to dedicate them to the city, like that maintenance cost as well, and or they pay into the pot that we build parks regionally or for the whole city, not just within their development. I think that's a policy decision that I worry about, because the last time it came forward, it was just not a good use of park funds.
Okay.
But I personally I voted to let it go through because it was the 11th hour. Like, it would have been a horrible time to just be like, oh, just kidding. We're not going to do that after talking about it for years.
Okay. So if that's the council's wish, we can certainly do that procedurally right away, and we'll look at any code amendments that we might need to do later on.
Since I hijacked this thing, how does everybody feel about that? Good. All right, you got a majority.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so back to the actual topic at hand. Sorry. Has everybody had a chance to ask questions? Yes, we're good. Okay, is there a motion?
So I don't need to address the procedure change, or I do? Okay, excellent. I move that we approve the proposed ordinance amending development regulations in 4 chapters of the BMC.
With the additional corrections this evening?
I thought they just told me I didn't have to do
Okay.
that.
That's a separate
That's the
one.
understanding.
Oh, with the, oh, those additional, yes,
Yes.
with the edits provided.
Yes.
Second.
There we go. It's been moved and seconded to, do I have to read off the different municipal code chapters, or are we just good with approve the proposed ordinance amending development regulations in 4 chapters of the Bothell Municipal Code? That's enough?
Yeah, it's the recommended action, so as long as that's approved.
With the amendments that were provided to us on the,
Thank you.
on the dais. Any discussion on the motion?
Can I speak to my motion?
Sure.
So, I called these amendments boring the last time that we met, but I meant that in the most flattering way possible, because it's this minutia that people see that has the biggest impact when something gets built next to you. And I want to commend staff for bringing these changes to us, because I think that picture is really distressing. I can only imagine being faced with a 10-foot wall and a 6-foot fence on top of it, and psychologically the damage that does. And so anything we can do to soften the impacts of development, I think, is a very, very worthy cause. And so I thank you so much for your attention to these minor things that really make a big difference.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Yes, Councilmember Agnew?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Go ahead and place your vote. Passes unanimously. All right, on to the 2 of 4. AB 8196, 2018 Downtown Plan and Code Amendments. I am officially opening the public hearing, and we have Mr. Boyd. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We're ready to go here. Good evening. Bringing to you now a set of downtown plan and code amendments. These have been considered by Planning Commission. They were initiated by council, and we're bringing to you the Planning Commission recommendations. As was stated with the last measure, we have Planning Commission Chair David Vliet with us, and we also have Arthur Sullivan from Arch, who has assisted us on the affordable housing recommendations associated with these. So there's 4 amendments here, or 4 areas to consider. First is rezoning the general commercial area along 522 from Ormbrecht Street south to Wayne Curve, the lime green in the map in the upper right, to SR 522 corridor. And along with that, add an affordable housing requirement and revise the parking requirements in that district to match the general downtown corridor district, which was amended previously by council. And I'll get into each of these in more detail further in the presentation. Second one is in the downtown transition district. We're proposing to remove the density limit in 2 of the 3 remaining areas. Again, along with that, require affordable housing, and we're asking for council direction, further council direction on the west, what we're referring to as the West Maywood frontage there. They're under historic resources, in our historic resources section of the code, we're have an amendment for revision in the design review process before the Landmark Preservation Board, and updates to the downtown special review area and other map updates related to that. And then finally, there are changes to the public open space fee in lieu requirements. So here is, we're also amending the downtown district's map as shown here. The recommendation was to retain the density limits in what we've called the South Maywood area here. So that remains with the white crosshatches. The other 2 would get an affordable housing overlay with the black crosshatches, the other 2 downtown transition districts that we're looking at, as would the S522 district along where we're rezoning from general commercial. And make map changes along with the legend changes as shown here and in your packet. So Two of these amendments, the rezone and the removal of the downtown transition density limits, are opportunities to create affordable housing. Last summer, you created what we call the foundational section of the code, and this is the first code amendment where we're increasing capacity and taking advantage of a provision that's been in our comprehensive plan for some time, calling for, when we do increase capacity, either through a rezone or code amendment, that we at least consider affordable housing requirement. Those requirements are based on analysis of the new development capacity and trying to balance the capacity that we're adding with the requirement for the affordable housing, so that a developer gets some benefit from the increased capacity, but the public also gets some benefit in the form of affordable housing. And we have additional analysis of how we've come up with those numbers that we can get into, and Arthur can explain with you after the main presentation here. For residential development, the requirements are based on an income level that is targeted. In this case, we're targeting moderate income levels, which we've defined as households that earn 60% of area median income for rental housing and 80% for ownership housing. And in commercial development, where we're adding to commercial development capacity, we have come up with a fee that basically converts the increased capacity to a square foot fee. So as these are being considered, you can get to a lower affordability level with a lower percentage of units, or a higher affordability with a greater percentage of units required. What we've done in these is try to strike a balance and propose an affordability level at 60% of median for rental housing that gives rents below their overall market in Bothell, including existing older apartments, which rent at approximately 80% of the median. And of course, the new apartments will rent at approximately 100% of median. So we're trying to address an unmet need in Bothell with these requirements. So moving on to the rezone, general commercial to SR 522 corridor. This was a late amendment during the downtown plan adoption, and the concern that was raised was that residential development and allowing 4 stories along 522 would block views and create privacy issues for the single-family homes at the top of the bluff in West Hill. The diagram there with the buildings in yellow, red, and white. The white building below is a 4-story building, three levels over ground level parking. The white buildings above it are the single-family homes, and the blue arrow shows that development at that scale would not block views to the river corridor. Nor would it create situations where apartment dwellers were looking into the backyards of the adjacent single-family homes. The oblique view looking from the east at the bottom of the image here shows the Sherlock storage at the south end, Yakima Fruit Market in the middle, and up at the north end is the 76 station, just south of Ormbreck and north of 180th. Couple of things to consider here. This is an area where the zoning does abut a single-family residential zone. So there is a special setback requirement for those conditions, 25 feet in the SR 522 corridor district, and there's also an upper level building setback if the building was actually able to, and in most cases the topography will prevent it, but if a building was able to build up to that setback line, there'd be a 65-foot upper level setback for that fourth floor. And that would apply on the map on the right here all along the yellow line, which is essentially the interface between this zone and the single-family zoning to the west. We were asked to take a look also at a section through the north end of this zone where the proposed rezone doesn't abut single-family, but abuts downtown transition zoning. And this is an example there through the Brooks Biddle property. And you can see the existing buildings in solid lines and the current GC building envelope, which could go up to 5 feet within the property line and up to 3 stories, and the proposed 522 building envelope, which could go up to 4 stories and set back 10 feet from the property line. There were requests, and you've received, you've received 2 additional letters in addition to the Planning Commission exhibit, the 13 Planning Commission exhibits. A letter from Clev Schoening, and who owns some of the DT-zoned apartment buildings adjacent to Brooks Biddle, and a letter from Ann Agard, both advocating for some sort of relief in this situation. Currently, our code provides such relief only for where we have multifamily abutting single-family zones. To do it between 2 multifamily zones would set a precedent, and staff has not recommended that, and Planning Commission also did not recommend taking that step. In terms of views, the only place that we currently protect views in the code is in properties within the shoreline jurisdiction, where we do provide protection for view corridors. But again, not in anywhere else in our code. This rezone is a comprehensive plan amendment, so if council does nothing else tonight, we would like to get this done to be part of our 2018 comp plan amendments. The comprehensive plan portion of the code requires a very simple amendment, just striking the general commercial, the reference to the general commercial zone in this district. And then the mapping changes as shown on the map to the right. Also with this zone, Planning Commission and staff are recommending that we adopt the parking requirements that have previously been adopted for the general downtown corridor, which is kind of the sister district in downtown to the SR 522 corridor. Very similar corridor where we allow auto-oriented uses as well as some residential. And there, council previously approved parking requirement of 1 space for studios and 1-bedroom units, 2 spaces for 2-bedroom units, and 2.2 spaces, which is the citywide requirement for 3 bedrooms or larger. So that requirement both provides consistency with the general downtown corridor and also is consistent with the requirement for affordable housing in this district. For use, regarding uses in this district, the general commercial district does allow self-storage warehouses, and currently there is the Sherlock storage facility at the south end of this district, and they currently have plans in process, permits in process to expand that. That would be allowed to continue, but currently there is no not even a category for warehousing, distribution, or storage in the downtown use tables. And if a use is not listed and there's no similar use, which there's not, it is not allowed. Planning Commission does recommend making this explicit by adding the text box below, which does make that clear, and because that is a question that we get asked quite a bit, since it is not currently addressed in the code. And then the affordable housing requirement. In this district, the calculations showed that for projects with 5 dwelling units or more, 5% of the units requirement that they be affordable to moderate income households would be an appropriate level for this zone. We also are recommending that since the rezone also adds capacity for commercial development, and you could still develop a 4-story office building in this district, that development would gain a benefit, and so should also contribute to affordable housing by either providing it or paying a fee of $11.20 per square foot. Moving on to the downtown transition district density limits. Again, the 20 dwelling unit per acre limit was added late in the downtown plan adoption process. In 2014, council removed that density limit from some downtown transition areas, but left it in these 3 areas, which we're referring to as the West Hill frontage along the west edge of downtown, the West Maywood frontage up off of Bothell Way and south of 190th, and the South Maywood frontage along 186th Street between 101st and 103rd. There are special height limits and setbacks adjacent to single-family zones, and those remain, but that only applies to the West Hill area. The other areas are surrounded by multifamily zoning, even though many of the existing uses are single-family homes. The height limits remain at 3 floors and 35 feet. There are no changes to other development requirements proposed. And again, projects of 5 or more units, in this case, will be required to have 10% of the units affordable to moderate income households. Of the 3 areas, Planning Commission chose not to recommend removing the density limits on the South Maywood frontage, and the vote on the West Maywood frontage was a split vote. So we'll get into each of those districts here. For the West Hill frontage, as I said, the special setback limits do apply there. In this area, there are a number of multifamily development projects ranging from a little over 7 dwelling units per acre to over 35 units per acre. And many of the parcels are at or over 20 dwelling units per acre. And one of the property owners in this area did testify that that has created issues for them in terms of getting financing for projects because they are non-conforming. The West Maywood frontage, there's currently no multifamily, but there is in the oblique aerial here, view from the west, a vacant parcel at the south end where we have a proposal for townhomes at 20 units per acre. As I said, Planning Commission voted to advance this recommendation in a split vote, so we're seeking council direction and offer 3 options to approve the Planning Commission recommendation, to retain the existing density limit, or to defer action and consider whether to pursue additional transportation analysis in the 2019 docket. Both the West Maywood and South Maywood frontages got quite a bit of public testimony at the Planning Commission hearings, and the traffic challenges here were mentioned as they were in the testimony earlier this evening. The photos on the right here just give some idea of the character of the area. It's a mix of single-family homes, many of which have been converted to business use, and then some larger parcels to the rear off of Bothell Way. South Maywood frontage, again shown here, has 2 current duplexes and a triplex that are, well, the triplex is over the 20 unit per acre, but we want to emphasize, and we've emphasized that without the rezone, the properties could still develop at the 20 unit per acre density with no assurance of any affordable units. We also did some analysis. There was some testimony about property values going up and taxes going up. But we found that comparing this to an area where the density limit was increased, the assessments were very similar. In fact, the maximum increase was lower than in the area, or was higher in this area than in the area where the density limit was removed. Nonetheless, Planning Commission is not recommending removing the density limit in this area. So moving on to the last two items, under historic resources, there are essentially three amendments here, changing the title of that, which is currently Historic Resources Guidelines, but they actually include both requirements and guidelines. So regulations is the term that we use in the rest of the downtown code to cover both of those areas. We are proposing amending the map to reflect the new SR 522 alignment and to update the historic properties that are shown on the map. And then the substantive change is in the design review process. We are saying that instead of the Landmark Preservation Board's advisory review happening before issuance of building permits, that should happen before application for building permits. So essentially in the process, when they come in for a pre-app, we would say, before you come back with your permit application, you need to develop your plans to a point where there's something meaningful for the Landmark Board to review and take that to them. We may also come back with additional amendments in 2019, kind of in concurrence with Landmark Preservation Board review of potential historic districts and potential amendments to reinforce the historic resources regulations. And then finally, public open space recommendations. Again, we're recommending, and Planning Commission has recommended the following initial amendments for consideration, mostly to clarify that the fee in lieu of public open space is not the same thing and cannot be credited or offset by the park and open space impact fees, the citywide fees that developments pay, so that a project either builds the required public open space on site or they pay a fee in lieu in addition to the park and open space impact fees. Again, there may be some additional amendments considered next year. So with that, I'd open it up for questions or comments and for public testimony, and then council deliberations and a motion and vote to approve the proposed amendments with possible revisions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Boyd. I have a couple of people signed up on the sheet here. We have Charles Malmgren. I hope I'm saying that right. Malmgren.
Hi, my name's Charles Malmgren. My home's at 19820 102nd up the hill, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak against approval of AB 18.196. Removing the downtown transition cap and changing the general commercial zone to 522 will not make the city of Bothell a better place to live in. I have seen a term for the kind of proposed upzoning used, and it is urban removal. It is done to force businesses and homeowners to sell to developers and go away or stay and pay higher taxes and live with the crush. It also will give speculators a big payday. Urban removal in Bothell has already had impacts. I drive to Kenmore for auto parts and Shoreline for tools. My wife's hairstylist is now out in the county, and her local fabric shop is now Lake Forest Park. The city planning department asserts a need for 520 more apartments and has a bright, shiny object to keep our interest, and that is low-cost housing. There is still no certainty of low-cost housing coming with the changes. Only the wish for. It may come to pass if it's developed at the full rate and the full height, but then again, it may not. In exchange for the shiny object, they intend to remove a large number of single-family homes, our dentist, our body and fender shop, our farmer's market, a restaurant, a Montessori school, another body shop, and an auto dealership. This mix of homes and businesses is a part of what made Bothell livable. The businesses have long provided living wage jobs. That cannot always be said for apartment maintenance and cleaning contractors. A monoculture of apartment buildings and coffee shops do not make a village. More reasons for giving the plan shelving are traffic problems inherent that have been either minimized or not addressed. At West Maywood, commuters will be forced by traffic to turn right and go north on Highway 527. There's no turn set up for that. This guarantees traffic snarls as they merge across two lanes to make a U-turn through the Rite Aid. Or they may take the advice once heard a city engineer give and do a cut through the residential area behind. Traffic problems caused by the West Hill GC commercial changes will be worse. Emptying the planned 3- and 4-story apartments on weekday mornings will have the effect of a Mercer merge and a rear ender. As with Maywood, the commuters will be forced to head down the road in search of a U-turn spot. Here, the only cut-through route is up Hall Road, which will then become a very unpleasant fact of life for the homeowners on top of the hill. I think the downtown transition cap and the existing GC commercial zone have served Bothell well and should remain. Thank you for your time.
Excellent timing. Thank you. Next is Lucy Antonio.
Hi, I'm Lucy Antonio. I live at 10144 Northeast 186th Street. Our neighbors, about 20 households that lived on 186th Street, banded together, and we came to the planning committee and we told them that not only it was not a street that they were going to take, it was a neighborhood. We'd all been neighbors for a long time. We care for each other. And this is what I told the Planning Commission. I'd like you to hear this too. I want you to look around and see what kind of city Bothell is becoming. Traffic. I walked 2 blocks here and I was almost run over twice. I know it was raining and dark, but there's no reason for this much traffic. I've been here almost 14 years and I love Bothell and I've always loved it. I'm a teacher in the Northshore School District. My block has 3 or 4 teachers. We're a community here. And I just want to really have you look around and see what kind of city Bothell is becoming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's the end of the sign-up sheet. Does anybody else want to provide comment? Go ahead and come up to the podium and give your name for the record.
I'm Mike Robinson. I live at 18608 101st Avenue Northeast, one of my neighbors. You know, we've gotten lost in the shuffle. It's not a zone, it's a neighborhood, and we're fighting for our life. I'm in my 5th decade and am, you know, watching the changes and accepting what we surrender and piece by piece. But sometime it has to stop because these are people's homes that have been there for decades as well and really care about this as a neighborhood. It's not, you know, a quantity that has got anything more valuable than what it is to the city. And as far as affordable housing goes, it's still available there. But as the city has grown, the neighborhood has been opened up for the kind of growth that has been gone back and forth. But right now it's working real well. And many of you know the neighborhood well, and I don't need to describe, how it has grown to accommodate what the needs of the city are, but also the people that have been there all the time. This is kind of the last of the old Bothell neighborhoods that have got some really original roots, but it's evolved to fit what's here now. But this last chomp, this piece between 101st and 103rd on the south side, it used to be the OP, and it served as a transition from the downtown to the neighborhoods. Can't we keep it now where it is? It's the last bastion before. Already the views are just disappearing that have always existed to fresh air and blue sky in that neighborhood. And it's really valuable, I think, to Bothell to consider what it is in terms of having a place for people that functions with the city. And everything that's been said at those planning commission meetings really needs to be considered, because I was shocked at the outpouring of love that people have for this neighborhood and how they care about it. And it should mean something to all of Bothell. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to provide public comment? Go once, twice. Okay. Is there questions for Mr. Boyd? Deputy Mayor?
Are we just keeping it to questions, not comments yet?
Comments, fine, whatever.
Oh, boy. Okay.
You can have more than one turn,
Oh, I can?
just tonight.
Woo! Christmas presents. So I have quite a few questions. Specifically I can't remember all the names, the West Hill frontage, the north part of it. So I understand the recommendation regarding views. However, I'm wondering if there are any regulations or if there's any thought to natural light, access to natural light, because the backside is blocked from light. Should we be concerned that these apartments not only will not have a view, but they won't really have access to a lot of natural light? I just wondered if that was something that had been considered, because 5 feet is awfully close, and I don't know what that setback is from the apartments to their property line.
So the current setback, which you see would be 5 feet. With the rezone, the SR 522 corridor would have a 10-foot setback.
Oh, I see, okay.
But whether the buildings are actually built right to that setback or not, that's not always the case. So, but you can see a couple of the buildings that are already there within the DT have basically a 10-foot separation between the two 3-story buildings up at the uphill side of it. So that's the kind of development that can happen within the downtown transition district. Currently can happen between any of the multifamily districts in the city, really.
Okay.
And the heights are granted, it is going to 4 stories instead of 3, but it's still a relatively modest height. It's just 10 feet higher than some single-family home zones would allow. So.
Okay, thanks. I think that answers that question. Do we have a mechanism for dealing with views of mechanical and elevator equipment on the roofs? Do we have design standards or ways to mitigate those nasty views that people might end up with?
There are screening requirements, past interpretations of, they're difficult to enforce, or they're difficult to regulate because of the multiple viewpoints that you may have of that equipment. So it's been interpreted in the past to apply to views from the surrounding sidewalks to the building. So they don't necessarily protect views from a taller building across another not quite as tall building or equally tall building.
Is that something that we could add? Like,
That's certainly something that I guess could be considered in a future code amendment. I don't. We haven't looked at any code language that would address that as part of these code amendments.
okay, I would be interested in that. I think it's going to continue to be a problem. This may be for Arthur, if he's willing. Is there any way to mandate? So we're mandating, I wanted to clarify because someone that made a comment that we might maybe get affordable housing. Affordable housing is mandated with these upzones, correct? It's mandated or a fee is paid.
With any new development, yes.
Yes. So we're going to get affordable housing or money toward affordable housing. I want to make that really, really clear. We're not doing this wishing.
The only caveat is for developments of less than 5 units.
Yes, right. Thank you. But what I'm curious about is I'm interested in housing people who work in Bothell. I mean, the whole point of affordable housing is that people can work and live in the same community. When we do applications, is that a requirement? Because I'm not interested in housing someone that lives in Marysville but lives in Bellevue and they want to move to Bothell and get affordable housing in Bothell. Does that make sense?
Your question comes up often in other cities, and other cities have adopted a mandate of local residency. We have worked with property owners or with cities at times in the marketing efforts to make sure it is more, try to get owners and then through lists through us to market locally. But to mandate residency, to mandate it would cause real problems with financing because the unit had to be left vacant because there isn't a local resident interested. So we've tried to use marketing more as an approach rather than sort of a mandate at the local level. So that's generally been
So there is an attempt.
Right, and that's something that can be, Arch can assist in trying to do outreach and encouraging owners to do that, but we have not incorporated explicit mandates. I do know there are some cities on the West Coast who have attempted to do that, but that's something from my past as being on the developer side. I've tried to use tools other than absolute explicit mandates, because then where do you draw that line? Is it they're getting a job, but they don't have the job yet, or they have a family member here, but they're not here, but they want to be near family, so it can get pretty complicated.
Yeah, like I said, the whole point is to get traffic off the streets so people can either walk or drive short distances to their job at McMinimans or whatever. And so I'm concerned that we're just going to displace people from Marysville, but they still aren't working in Bothell.
Right,
So.
and that question comes up, and we have from time to time look at and some of the newer buildings, and generally, especially in rental units, people want to be closer to their job or family, and things is often the motivation for where people try to locate. Can't guarantee that, but that's often the general trend anyway.
Okay, super. Thank you. I'm thrilled with the self-storage, not having self-storage. When people don't have places to live, I'm loath to provide places for their stuff. So I'm really glad to get rid of that, the ability to put self-storage there. I wanted to comment too, one of the speakers said that, there's so much traffic and growth. It's not just Bothell that's dealing with this, it's every city in this area. In the last 2 years, each of the last 2 years, 80,000 people have moved to this area, and most of them King County. So it's not just Bothell that's dealing with these issues, it's everywhere. And the same people who, are worried about affordable housing need to realize that, and unfortunately, we didn't do the last plan update, we didn't make any provisions for affordable housing. So we missed that opportunity. But it's one of this council's goals to have affordable housing. And so we asked staff for their best recommendations of where that ought to go. So it's not that we're trying to displace anybody, but the fact is in any of these places right now where there's, where we're looking to upzone, they could already be building apartments that are 20 units per acre with no guarantee of affordable housing. That's a real thing. So it's kind of hedging our bets. If something, it's not, we don't get to decide whether or not something's going to leave or come. What we're trying to do is provide that insurance policy that if something comes in, it's got some provisions for affordable housing. It's not that we're trying to displace anybody or make them move, but I spoke during council committee reports. We're at high risk of displacement. If we don't provide affordable housing, people will be forced out of the city because they're not going to be able to afford to live here. I asked the question of staff about the property tax impacts, and it sounds to me like there's no. Could you maybe give a little more information on that? Because I know that's a concern people have, is that their area will be upzoned and then their taxes are going to shoot through the roof.
Yeah, and the analysis that we've done, limited as it is, just looking at two blocks, shows that isn't reflected in the tax assessments, and also our communications with the King County Assessor's Office, that they don't automatically raise valuations with rezones. They base their assessments on a 3-year comparative analysis of similar properties in the area. And so there is, I can't say that there's not, over a longer period of time, there's not going to be any increase in property values associated with these rezones. But what we've seen over the last 5 years, from 2013 to 2018, the assessments have gone up very comparably in areas where the density limit was removed and areas where it was not.
Great, thank you. That's reassuring. Do you want people to weigh in right now on the recommendations, or do you want to do a round first?
I had no design to it. I guess let's go through some questions first, and then we'll get into take each one, I guess, all three for each person, then take turns. Okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
Councilor Agnew?
Yeah, Dave, I had a question for you. What are we going to do with Hall Road? That seems to be an issue, and now we have a lot of development that's possibly going to be going on there also.
So that is an issue that came up at Planning Commission. We did prepare this slide. I didn't include it in my presentation, but I had it in case it came up. Hall Road, like any other road, would be improved as development happened along it. So any development that happened on the lots flanking Hall Road would be required to do frontage improvements. Exactly what those would be, it is a tough road. It is a tough situation. It's steep and it's narrow, but I've discussed it with our public works staff, and I'm convinced that there would be solutions. It probably would not be your standard road section, but I think that it is doable, and it would be borne by the development that would happen next to it.
Councilmember McAuliffe?
Well, I have questions, and I think my big major one is, this sounds to me like we don't mandate affordable housing. There can be a fee if they don't want to do if they want to build to that level of building, but it doesn't mandate affordable housing. Is that correct? So they can pay a fee.
That's not exactly correct.
Okay, good. Clarify.
The way it's laid out is if it's a residential development, the provisions are to provide affordable housing. They can request, if it's residential development, they can request an alternative compliance, build it somewhere else or pay a fee, but that's at the discretion of the city, not at discretion of the builder. The exception is in a commercial building. If it's an all-commercial building, there we have said they can pay a fee. We're not going to make someone who's doing a commercial building, at least as it's drafted, to build housing within a commercial building, but that's where the fee is automatic. They could, though, elect to build the housing. So for commercial development, yes, it is at the selection of developer. Residential development, it's at the discretion of the city, with the mandate being provided on site unless the city agrees otherwise.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zorns.
Unlimited density is personal because I live right next to a sister district that got the unlimited density. So this has my undivided attention. My question is, I have a few questions. At the north end of the 522 district, I thought I had this all memorized, and now it's all starting to get muddy for me. Do they get an extra story if they do affordable housing? And is it just the 522, or am I mixing that with something else?
No, the affordable housing requirement would apply whether they take advantage of the fourth story or not. Whether they build a fourth story will depend on, usually it depends on whether they can feasibly provide enough parking to do 4 stories.
Okay.
But whatever they build, they will, if they're doing more than 5 units, they'll have to do 10% affordable units in the development.
So there's no bonus story if they put affordable housing in?
No.
Okay, good. All right. I don't know where I pulled that from. And then I know for the east end of town, that we had discussion of giving a larger setback by sliding a building's footprint closer to the front sidewalk to allow some space. And so I'm thinking about that portion of the 522 corridor. Is the building potentially going to sit right on the sidewalk edge already?
The setback in the SR 522 corridor is a minimum 15 feet. So no, it won't.
Could you buy a little more setback in the back of that building and slide it right up to the sidewalk? Could we do the same thing that's for the general downtown corridor?
That was a specific request by a property owner, and that hasn't come up in any of the requests for this rezone from property owners along the 522 corridor. The properties are actually fairly deep there, and the back ends are pretty that are quite steep, at least in the southern 2/3 of that. So there's, I think, little likelihood that they'll actually be building up to that rear setback, and it already is protected by the 25-foot special setback against single-family homes. It's only in the northern part where that could come into play. And I think we would be reluctant to reduce the setback along a major roadway, just because of the possibility that at some point there may be a need for additional
widening
traffic lanes.
So will all access for servicing these buildings, will they be off of 522 versus behind the buildings?
Well,
I'm thinking of the east end of the 522.
The code requires new development to take access off of alleys if they exist, if not off of side streets, and if the only option is off of a major street, an arterial, we will limit that to one access point per development.
So is that off of existing alleys, or could they create an alley?
There may be a couple of sites big enough to create an alley or an internal access driveway. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys are much better at figuring out how to configure things. I'm just, trying to think of how can we buy some extra space between the old, the building that's already there and the new neighbor. Also, this is probably something that we're going to talk about later on in council. If we were to bring multifamily tax exemption or other exemptions, is that something that we'll address later to encourage affordable housing for
That's on
for this area?
our list of other affordable housing tools that we want to explore
So we could
next
be
year
seeing
in the
this.
2019 docket.
Okay, and we already answered the question about Hall Road. So I guess my last question is to our mayor. Can we break up these different neighborhoods and vote on them?
I think that's the plan, yeah.
Perfect. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Dave. So I'm going to kind of go backwards and take these the backwards way. Starting with South Maywood frontage. So correct me if I'm wrong, the recommendation is to not do anything at this time with this one?
That is the Planning Commission recommendation, yes.
Okay, and it seems like got some 50-year-old homes, historic. If we do nothing at this time, and somebody comes in and wants to develop that land, if I'm reading this correctly, it says they can do 20 units per acre.
Correct.
As it's currently zoned.
Yes.
So if one of those lots is an acre, they can put 20, somebody could buy that lot and put 20 units there. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, to make an acre lot, they'd have to put several of those lots together, yeah.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure that I'm reading that correctly. But at this time, we're not doing anything. But if we wanted to look at this later as an opportunity for affordable housing, somebody would then have to sell that property. Is that correct? In order for, I mean, obviously for anything to take place, somebody would have to sell a property or two or three for development to occur, or they would become a developer.
Correct.
Okay, so it's just a zoning thing that would be taking place, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Then going to West Maywood frontage, you had mentioned that the Planning Commission had a vote on this of 3-2-1. Did I get that right?
Yes.
3-2-1 to move it forward. The question I have on this one would be, based on the conversations that we're having with transportation right now on 522 and 405, and we're even talking to community transit with 527, the questions I would have, do we have enough information along the frontage of this one to be able to move this forward? Or is there more studying that we need to do on it?
Well, I think our Public Works Department would be able to determine what the right-of-way required would be, if there's any right-of-way dedications. The planning for the Bothell Way going from downtown up to the Safeway is in the very, very early stages. So they don't know exactly how that's going to operate, where U-turn opportunities might be. So that's we don't have a lot of answers, or whether there's an opportunity to signalize at 188th. Or, those are all things I've discussed, and they're just not that far along in the planning process. That would be something that would be developed as part of that plan, and also would be studied with individual development projects along the corridor.
Okay, so and it appears that you have there's three options here: approve PC recommendations, retain existing density limits, and then defer action to consider whether to pursue. So it seems like we could actually defer that one as well, and then take a look at it later.
Yes.
Okay. Then the West Hill frontage. I want to maybe I might have written something down incorrectly, but West Hill frontage, most of that property is already developed, correct?
Much of it is, yeah. There are a few parcels that are either undeveloped or not fully developed.
So towards this, I guess I'd call it the south end of that area there, highlighted area in yellow. I'm looking at my map online. I apologize, I'm not looking at the one there. It looks like it's 25.9 or 25.6, so it's non-conforming. There's a higher density there than what
Correct.
is proposed?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clarifying. So that would that have that same height, 5-foot rear yard to 10 foot, or is this a different one?
This is the DT would have a 10-foot rear yard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So is this the same, this would fall along the same line as the 522, or that's completely separate?
It's a separate item and would have somewhat different development regulations and different uses. DT is strictly residential, and it does allow some office and business and personal services uses, whereas GC would allow, or SR 522 would allow the auto-oriented businesses to remain and still be conforming, but it would also create the opportunity for housing development.
Okay, so
exists now.
So I'm looking at this, and as an example, if I go all the way up to the 522 one, the auto dealership would be in the GC 522 GC, right. Not in the. Okay, so this would be all residential through here, primarily residential.
Most likely it would, but it does allow office and business and personal service uses.
Okay, office and personal service uses.
What we have, the development we've seen in DT zone, in the DT district to date has been strictly residential.
Okay, and then that one would fall into the 5% or the 10%?
10%.
10% affordable, okay, perfect. All right, and then the last one I have is probably the biggest one, which is the 522 piece. So you had talked about, you'd shown the map with the 5-foot to 10-foot setback at is it the back, correct?
In the section?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we've got the front where SR 522 is, and I believe you said that moves to 25 feet?
To 15 feet as opposed to 5.
15 to 5.
No,
and then
5 to 15. Yeah. It's currently 5 feet for GC. It'd be 15 feet for SR 522 corridor.
So it's a total of 15 feet.
Yeah.
So it's moving 10 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. And in that 15 foot, does that also include a sidewalk?
Oh, yes.
There'll be a sidewalk improvement there?
Yeah.
Okay. And along that entire strip of 522 there, that is where the BRT line is going to be running also?
Yes, the plans for the Stage 2B would include a westbound bat lane, and yes, the BRT would be running in both directions on that section.
Both directions or one side?
Well, on both sides. Yeah,
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. So if we'll call it the westbound side, the market side, okay? So with this new zoning, would the new zoning allow for the businesses that are currently there to remain there?
Yes.
So if they wanted to remain, they could remain? The zoning changes and future development would take hold if somebody wanted to develop it?
Yeah. And that's the case in all of these. The property owners control whether their properties develop or not.
Okay. And then so I thought I had seen a slide where a little notation at the bottom that said warehouses.
Yeah, in terms of uses, the Planning Commission recommendation is to make explicit what's already implicit in the code is that warehouse uses are not allowed in any downtown districts. This is the one area where they currently are allowed under the GC zoning, but Planning Commission felt strongly that they didn't want to see a solid wall of mini storage warehouses on this major entry to the downtown. So they felt it was important to make that explicit.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clarifying. Warehouses can be used for many different purposes. Warehouses can be used for indoor facilities, right? Hypothetically, could you put a YMCA there?
I believe so. I think that would be, the use tables do include fitness and exercise clubs or some use that I think a YMCA would fit into.
So Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCA's, those types of businesses could go there, and then residential could go on top of them?
Yeah,
So it could be mixed use. It could also lend itself to, with the bus rapid transit running along there, I don't know about the stops, where the stops would be, but if you've got a nice sidewalk running along there, you could also have improvements with, businesses and/or restaurants or something like that below. Am I visualizing that correctly or no?
Pedestrian-oriented retail in downtown is restricted, limited to the downtown core and downtown neighborhood districts. In the outlying districts like this one, there is a limited amount of retail, what is called corner store retail, in terms of pedestrian-oriented retail. Otherwise, it's oriented. That's the place where any auto-oriented retail would be allowed.
Okay. And then, but you did mention the market would be allowed there. So that type of business entity would be?
Yes, that would be considered, the way it's configured now, an auto-oriented use that could continue, and any of the uses would be considered, even if they weren't, well, the self-storage warehouse would become a legal non-conforming use under this code change, but they could continue to operate, and they could continue to pursue their expansion plans because they're vested with their when they applied for that, they gained vesting to the code at the time. So as long as they pursue that and don't let that permit lapse, that they can do their expansion.
Okay. And then the last question was, I believe you had mentioned this one has 5% versus the 10% requirement. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what would the reason be for that?
I'm going to turn that one over to Arthur. They did the calculations for us.
So the basic way we attempt to come up with proposed affordability levels is to look at the potential value of the increase resulting from the land use action by the city, and then translating that to an amount of affordability. In this case, you're only adding one floor to already a 3-story, so you're adding a smaller proportion to the base. And since we're applying it to the whole development versus, we have a smaller increment, but we're making the requirement based on the overall building. So since you're giving a smaller increment in this area than you are potentially giving in the other areas from their base, that's in a simple term. If you want to have numbers and charts and stuff, but that's the basic logic why there was a proposed difference.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Arthur. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from council? Are we ready to move through these? Okay. So the first one, so I'm just looking on page 143 of our packet. We've got 1 through 4. I think number 2, we're gonna have to split out. I would imagine talk about West Hill and the West Maywood areas separately. Yes, Councilmember Clough. Oh, so yeah, we haven't done a motion yet. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just have been trying to absorb all of this and listening to the testimony as well. I'm very concerned about doing this at this point. I guess I would like to, I believe deferring action until we have more knowledge about transportation analysis. I think we know on West Hill that Hall Road is a really narrow road, and to start allowing, higher heights at this point without a real traffic analysis is concerning to me. I live on West Hill. I know what it's like to get off West Hill and get to 522. And it's not very easy at this point. So allowing them to build higher buildings and then have access without a traffic analysis is concerning to me. So I guess when I look at West Hill and I look at the concerns for the other Maywood sections, I still think that I would want to defer action until we have more analysis.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have comments, or do we want to start? I guess that would be a global comment. Does anybody else have a global comment about this, or do we want to start talking about the individual pieces? Individual pieces? Okay. So let's do the first part. Rezone the properties along the west side of SR 522 from general commercial to SR 522 corridor. Deputy Mayor.
I'm in favor of this. I am the liaison to the Planning Commission, and there were, from my memory, there was only one or two business owners that were in favor, and nobody spoke against. And we know that BRT is coming to this area, so this is the perfect location for transit-oriented development, and probably one of our best opportunities to get affordable housing. I wanted to mention, thank you for coming out of retirement, Arthur. So anyway, that's where I stand on the 522 upzone.
Councilor Agnew.
I support 522 rezone also.
Councilor Olson.
I too support the rezone to 522 corridor.
Anybody else? We need one more. I'll support it.
I'll support it.
There we go, we got 5. All right, moving on. So, number 2, I think we should take this one at a time. So we've got the 2 different West Hill. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have the West Hill piece, and then we also have, there's 2 different pieces in the West Maywood, I believe, right? Are they both called West Maywood? Okay.
West Hill, West Maywood, and South Maywood were the 3, but.
Oh, that's not confusing. Okay. All 3. To remove the density limits in those 3, so I'd probably need each of you to say which up or down on each of the areas individually. Deputy Mayor.
I'm going to confuse things. So I have a proposal for the West Maywood portion of, trying to find the map. I do take into consideration the Planning Commission. I mean, it was a split vote. It was tough. I actually would recommend breaking off the frontage on 527 from the back piece and leave the back piece as is and only upzone or lift the density cap on the portion that's adjacent to 527. And I'd be interested to know if anyone else on council would be interested in that. There's a hill, so along 527, those would be kind of hidden, buffered by the hill. But if we have the caps lifted on the back portion, they're on top of the hill, and so that's my attempt to soften that edge for the neighbors behind.
How do you feel about West Hill?
I'm good with West Hill moving forward.
And then South Maywood?
I'm going to take them at their word. They're not going to sell, and I'm fine with leaving it. But if it sells, I'm going to be really upset.
Okay. So who else would like to go? Councilor Agnew?
Okay. I do support the removal of the density on the West Hill. I don't support the change in the West Maywood Hills or the South Maywood Hills.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Zorns.
For West Hill, I will support that because of the number of apartments that already exist there and that some of them are non-conforming and how significant compared to the rest of the Bothell that sloped area is. For Maywood, both west and south, I promised voters that I would be protecting transition areas, and the topography is a very significant transition area that needs protection. And I don't want to delay vote on this. I don't think the neighbors deserve the angst of waiting to see what happens with their neighborhood. So for Maywood, both west and south, I don't support unlimited density. 20 units per buildable acre is pretty sizable impact for that community.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you. I do support the West Hill. I support the option 3 for West Maywood frontage to defer that action. And I support the recommended action for Maywood, South Maywood frontage. I'm not doing anything.
So the recommended, oh, sorry, so you would not want the density limit lifted? Or you would
that is-
for South Maywood?
For South Maywood, that is correct.
Okay. So then for West Maywood, I was a little confused, I'm sorry. So the density limit, keep it or take it away?
So my recommendation is action, or mine is to defer the action and consider it later. To do nothing right now at this point.
For that one?
Yeah.
That's kind of a no. No caveated. Councilmember McAuliffe?
I think probably I would say that I do not recommend any changes at this time for either West Hill, South and West Maywood. And I think that we still have real concerns about the traffic analysis. We have real concerns about changing the culture of the neighborhood. I will tell you, part of the culture of West Hill as you come around Wayne Golf Course and coming back toward the city is some of those pieces of property that have been there for the last 35, 40, 50 years. And they have contributed to our community. By dangling something about affordable housing, you're gonna see this property change. It will develop because they can build higher and they can build more. And I just think it's too early for us to make those changes without a little bit more time to consider the impact on the culture of our community.
Councilmember Olson, have you weighed in?
I have not yet.
We do have a majority on West Hill. Actually, we have a majority on all. Go ahead.
I'm going to talk.
Go ahead.
I'm going to be known. So I just want to say that it, it appears here that the height limit would remain at the 3 floors and 35 feet for West Hill. So I don't think we're changing that. It's really just the density that we're talking about and increasing that density and requiring the mandatory affordable housing there. So in this neighborhood, I think it's already moved towards that. And so I think we just codify it and bring into compliance a lot of the properties that are already over. So on West Hill, I'm in favor of that. For both the Maywoods, I am a no. And similar to the deputy mayor, I would echo that it can currently redeveloped up to 20 units per acre. So it's kind of really in your hands. So yeah, it's your neighborhood. Make it what you want to be. Hold on tight to your tight-knit community and go forth with that for a lifetime.
All right, so now we're on to the third part. So just for everybody understands, I don't have to tell anybody what I thought. That's awesome. So West Hill is a yes for lifting the density limit. West Maywood is a no, and South Maywood is also a no. All right, so going into the third one. And so at the end of this, we're going to make a motion for all of it. Okay, just making sure. Third one is to amend the design review procedures for developments in the downtown special review area to ensure the early review of the Landmark Preservation Board. How do we feel about that?
Yes.
All right, that's probably unanimous at this point.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving on.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Can I bother for a second? So do we have 3 of them or 4 of them that we took on the first round? Because I think you listed West Hill.
West Hill, West Maywood, and South Maywood.
What about, is 522 not included in that?
The 522 rezone is basically the same area as the West Hill.
Okay.
No, it's
Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you. So on the review by the Historic Landmark Preservation Board, that is just a review, is that correct? It is not mandatory, the recommendation, they just recommend? Is that correct?
Sorry, yes, that's an advisory review.
Right.
Yes, they don't
Wanted to
have
be clear.
approval authority.
So we're good? You're good with that? Yep, okay. The last part is to amend the provisions for required public space in the downtown development regulations, clarify that voluntary payment of fees in lieu of providing on-site is separate from and cannot be created towards required payment of wow, this is confusing. Required payment of citywide park and open space impact fees. This is why you guys got confused with my issue. Okay, anyways, so how do we feel about this one? Anybody want to go first? Deputy Mayor's into it.
I'm so into it. It makes perfect sense. I mean, it seems like a complete no-brainer. I don't know what else to say.
Somebody might not agree. Is everybody okay with this one?
No brainer.
Okay, we're good. Nod ahead, nods. Councilor McAuliffe or Councilor McNeil.
Yeah, I did want to say something. I wanted to thank the city for making sure that we clarified this language. It's important that we make sure that we have a clear division between our public parks and public open spaces being two completely separate, different things. So thank you to the city for that.
Anything else? We're good on this side with the last part. Okay. So, how do we lump on? Go ahead, try to make a motion on that. Deputy Mayor.
All right, I'll do my best. I move that we adopt the ordinance amending the downtown subarea plan and regulations as contained in attachment 3, but amended to exclude West Maywood and South Maywood, and to make the otherwise all the other recommended staff recommendations.
Second.
Does that make sense?
Yep. I think that makes sense. Does everybody understand the motion? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Oh, sorry. It's moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Agnew, and I won't try to repeat that. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, place your vote. Oh, sorry, Councilmember McNeil.
I want to speak to the motion. I will be supporting the motion, but I wanted to make sure that I did say a couple words about the importance of what this council's been talking about, which is affordable housing. We're not losing sight of creating affordable housing within our community. But I wanted to make sure that that we, through this process that we did talk about how important it is to create affordable housing. And when it comes to development, if you sell something and you don't have the affordable housing put on it as far as a requirement, then somebody could develop it without the affordable housing. So I just wanted to make sure that we're aware of that moving forward when we're looking at things of upzoning, higher densities, et cetera, that we make sure that we make that a main focal point of what we're doing if we want affordable housing to, in fact, be important to our city. So thank you.
Councilmember Agnew.
It's been an interesting process, and I think what you're seeing the council say right here tonight is that they'd like to keep the vertical development in downtown or in Canyon Park and try to leave the neighborhoods alone. The neighborhoods are what make up Bothell, and their uniqueness and their individuality, and I think we're going to try to accomplish that.
Deputy Mayor.
I just wanted to say that, or echo the comments, nothing changes unless you sell it. And so a lot of what we're trying to accomplish is an insurance policy so that if you do sell it, there are provisions for affordable housing. It's not that we want to take over your neighborhood. We're not on the back pockets of developers. Our job is not to just worry about the present needs and concerns, but going to these regional meetings and understanding the Vision 2040 and Vision 2050, we understand where things are going and we have to plan ahead. If we don't plan ahead, then we're stuck with whatever just
naturally happens, and I don't think anybody wants that. So please don't take any of this personally, that we're trying to change Bothell. We're trying to direct how that happens, and so hopefully people can appreciate that. Thanks.
The deputy mayor reminded me last night how this actually got prioritized because, well, she told me it was me. I'm not quite sure if it was, but we needed to do something about affordable housing. We've talked about it, and regionally we just keep talking about how great it would be if we actually did regulations that required affordable housing to be built into the fabric of our community. A lot of things that we're building right now, and I've been keeping an eye on the market, it's just completely unachievable, or you can't buy the product that we have basically in the city of Bothell unless you have a 2-income family that makes, north of $200,000 would be my guess if I'm just throwing numbers around. But so that's a serious problem. People have to live very, very far away from their work to have jobs that don't pay that much in here, and that's a huge traffic problem as well. So I hope that, I'm glad that we at least got one of those areas done, and the other two obviously wasn't a good fit, according to the council, and that's okay, but I hope that we don't frustrate the staff and saying like, well, only one out of the 3 were moved forward. I think it's still a really important topic, and I think the council needs to consider more areas in the future, so. But that'll be our deal in the future. Yep, Councilmember McAuliffe.
Thank you one more time. I just really believe that because residential with a request can, does not have to provide affordable housing. I don't know who makes the determination if they make that request, but it is a possibility that they do not have to. If it's commercial, then they can pay a fee and they're not required to do affordable housing. So I'm still concerned that we really are getting to where everybody wants to go with the West Hill part, because I'm not sure that, in my mind, if I was going to look at those pieces of property, I would tell you they're going to go commercial, and you're going to see some of our culture go away that we value there.
All right, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, place your vote. Everybody knows what the motion is still? Okay. You know what it is. Passes 6 with Councilor McAuliffe in the negative, and that ends that public hearing, and we need a break. So the council is going to take a break and return at 9:05.
Before you do that, would you like to extend the meeting?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. It's moved by Councilmember McAuliffe, second by Deputy Mayor to extend the meeting till 10 o'clock. Any discussion on the motion? Place your vote.
Good point.
Are we off grid? All right, raise your hand, say aye if you're okay with extending till 10. All right, there we go. We're going to go to break till, extend it till 10 o'clock. We're going to break till 9:05.
could probably.
We're starting. Bothell City Council is back from break, and we're moving into the third public hearing, AB 18-197, school impact fees from the Northshore School District. I'm officially opening the public hearing, and we have Mr. Catterman here to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Last but not least, we do have a public hearing this evening on school impact fees for the North Shore School District. We actually received 2 requests from the school district. One was to look at increasing the fees for both single-family and multifamily in accordance with their adopted capital facilities plan that they adopted earlier this year. The second request was for the city to collect that fee on behalf of the district. Currently, we require applicants who are have to pay the fee to go to the district itself, pay the fee, and then bring us back a receipt indicating that they have paid that. The district is not really set up to do that. Most jurisdictions collect the impact fees for school districts. My response to the school district was I really didn't have the time to incorporate that into the ordinance this year, but that's something that we could bring back to the council. If you'd like us to do that, then we'd bring that to you in the docket for 2019, and we could incorporate it at that time. We could also include administrative, our fee for collecting, our cost for collecting that fee could also be recovered as part of that. So those are all things that we would have to work out that would take a little bit more time. So I just wanted to let you know about that. With that, I'd like to introduce Tracy Rogstad, who's the Director of Capital Projects for the North Shore School District, and she's going to go through her presentation and talk about the basis for the fees and what their request is this evening. Thank you. Tracy?
Hello. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members for allowing me to be here. For the record, again, my name is Tracy Rogstad. I'm the Director of Capital Projects for the North Shore School District. You spent the last hour talking about growth in Bothell, so you know what this is about, and ultimately the school district is responsible for delivering education to all of the growth that comes into our jurisdiction, the entire North Shore School District, which encompasses 5 districts. So I'm going to get into the presentation here real quick and then answer some questions. I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible as I know it's getting late. But quickly, as part of the growth management plan, the school districts are required to do a 6-year capital facilities plan, and that's basically a look forward as comparing what the different county and state projections are in terms of growth, and then we do a 1-year update. So what we've done, what this is our 1-year update for 2018, which is the basis for 2019 impact fees. Just a few specific growth stats. Our enrollment over the last 6 years has grown by over 13%, or over 2,500 new students in 6 years. So try to put that into schools. That's obviously over, close to a number of new elementary schools and middle school. The elementary grade span itself, so K-5, grew by close to 1,800 new students. 2017 specifically grew by 736 students. That's growth in 1 year from 26 to 2017. And those are students that we have to find capacity for in a very short period of time. 2018 grew by 500 students. Those numbers are not included in this capital facilities plan, but will be included in the next capital facilities plan that will start in February and March this next year. Growth has continued to outpace projections. Over the past 5 years, we have 1,710 new single-family homes that have been permitted, mostly in the north and the north central part of the district. Sales of homes in 2016 and 2017 were highest in the district since 2007. And just specifically this last year, as compared to the prior few years, we're really beginning to see an increase in townhome and multifamily development. And I think that's consistent with the discussion you were having earlier this evening. And our student generation rates for townhome and multifamily development doubled over the last 5 years in multifamily. So we saw, and we're continuing to see our student generation rates for multifamily increase dramatically. Single family student generation rate is still growing, but it's starting to level out. Just a map of the overall district, just to kind of give you an idea. If you look at the number 4, kind of to the left, the west portion of the district down to approximately 71, and that area, that's really just to kind of give you a concept of where Bothell is compared to what we're dealing with in the rest of the district. If you're looking at the southern southeast portion of the district, that's King County. That red line is the line that cuts Snohomish County and King County, to give you an idea of how North Shore School District sits across the two county lines. And with limited, or the urban growth line kind of cutting the third part of the district, you don't see as much development in the eastern portion. Most of the growth is happening in the central portion of the district and to the west. Lots of information here on this, but this is really just to kind of give you an idea of the various areas that blend together and that we have to track, from our bond cycle to property acquisitions, looking at what kinds of property we need to be looking at for future growth and future building, what construction we have in process right now, what boundary changes we have to continue to look at to keep our schools, to keep the enrollment level from school to school, and the orange, the purple, the green representing the different grade spans in the district, from K-5, middle school, 6, 7, 8, and high school, which is a 4-year high school now. In order for the district to ask for collection of impact fees, there's a legal test for eligibility, and we are required to meet all 4 of these requirements. So we have to show that there is enrollment growth from new development over the 6-year period by grade span. So we may show that there's growth over the elementary grade span. We may show there's growth over the middle school grade span. We may show that there's growth over the high school grade span. There may not necessarily be growth in all 3 grade spans, but in order for us to collect impact fees, we have to have growth over that 6-year period in at least one of those grade spans, and a capacity deficit at that grade span. So for example, we're building a school off Maltby Road right now that's in construction. We're building a site at Skyview and Cannon Creek for adding 30 classrooms between those 2 campuses. And in order for us to include those projects in our impact fee calculation, we have to show that we have growth in both middle school and elementary, and that we're building additional capacity to meet that growth. Hoping that makes sense. So we have the construction projects also in that 6-year span, and that the school impact fee, adding all those pieces in plus student generation, will actually generate a fee. Again, just a pictorial showcasing the pipeline across the school district. This is not, this example here is really showing the growth throughout the district. So it is encompassing Bothell, Woodinville, Kenmore, Snohomish County, and King County. But it's pretty consistent. You're showing what's in the pipeline, from permits applied for to active permits in both single family and multifamily. Sale of new construction single family homes. This is over a 10-year period on an annual basis. And you're seeing, the basically 2013 kind of bottomed out, and we've had continued growth above 500, on average about 500 homes a year of sales of new construction single-family homes. Another picture of the district-wide, showing that different color splotches across the district are developments throughout the district that we monitor. We monitor all permits from permits in the pipeline to active permits to sales to basically every level of development in every jurisdiction. And we monitor that from a demographic point of view, looking at what the projections are, to actually putting boots on the ground to go look at those developments and see what, a lot of times the developer will put in for early plat approval, and by the time they get there, the economy is adjusted, and so they'll adjust their plan and their permit process. And so we actually send people out so we can monitor what's happening with that plat or that permit process, so we can determine specifically what kind of numbers we're going to see in terms of increase the next couple years for a specific school. Where it's a little bit more difficult for us to monitor kindergarten growth, we monitor our historic percentage of growth rates based upon actual birth and birth projections. So if you look at 2012 average annual birth rates, that 2012 number is the number that we'll see for next year's kindergarten class. Well, actually would have been this year's kindergarten class. So we can look at the birth rates for each year and kind of see where we are and what our percentage is to give us an idea of what our kindergarten cohort is going to look like. We're continuing to see an increase in all of our kindergarten classes, which shows us that Bothell and the district is continuing to see that growth. And as those kindergarten classes come into the district, you see that growth go through basically for the next 18 years. So we can take a look at our grade span to know that we're going to see those in 9 years, we're going to see that growth continue through 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. And so we're seeing with this capital facilities plan in about 6 years, we're going to see a growth of another 1,000 students in our high school grade span. So we're actively looking right now, what are we going to do and where are we going to put those students when we have 4 full comprehensive high schools right now. Some of the things that we do internally as a district, we have a couple of school board established community task forces. We have an enrollment demographics task force that looks at all of our numbers from development numbers. We call them pockets, but they're really neighborhood groups. Then we know how many students are in each neighborhood group. And so if we have to adjust boundaries in order to balance out enrollment at schools, we are looking at those on an annual basis. We're making adjustments in order to open Maltby in 2020. We are looking to see basically where are those students going to be pulled from to put them into Maltby Elementary or into that elementary at Maltby. Where the student's going to come from so that we can grow Skyview and pull some of that pressure off from some of the other schools. We do a lot of internal flexible capacity, a lot of internal adjustments to those numbers before we look at actually constructing new space, because we want to make sure that we're using any available space at other schools that may not have as high a capacity or may have high capacity, but their enrollment is not as high. So we're doing a lot of internal movement before we're actually looking at constructing new capacity. And again, these capacity mitigation tools, these are, again, just regular things that we're doing every year. And we're at a point where we've done all of them every year that there's really such minimal pieces that we can do to deal with this amount of growth on an annual basis that one of the only options we have is to continue to build new capacity. But yet we have this issue with not a lot of land available within the district. While there may be land, we don't have the ability to pay the prices that the developers can pay. So the legal framework for collection of school impact fees, it's governed by the Growth Management Act. It can only be charged to new residential development. It must be expended for new capacity projects within 10 years of receipt. It can only be imposed for system improvements that are reasonably related to new development. In other words, this impact fee money cannot be spent on maintenance or changing a HVAC system out. It has to be built on actual new capacity. Cannot be used for addressing existing building or system deficiencies. Cannot be used for funding system improvements needed to serve, or completely funding. In other words, we have to supplement this by school bond, state match funds. Fees are calculated based upon a formula that's adopted by ordinance in each jurisdiction. So this formula that Bothell uses is based upon a King County formula, and basically the King County formula and the Snohomish County formulas are, for the most part, identical. Per state law, the local jurisdiction must assess the fees on behalf of a school district and may act as the point of collection of the fees. As you heard earlier, we've been collecting for the city of Bothell. The formula is consistent with the RCW and the Growth Management Act. So the current impact fee formula uses what I've titled as a student generation rate and identifies the proportionate impact of a dwelling unit or a single family residence is treated differently than a multifamily residence. We take a 5-year look at what did those developments specifically contribute to enrollment. So we actually go back every year and we look at the prior 5 years to know what did all new development provide in terms of enrollment growth to our district. And we know that by grade span, we know that by grade, we know that by development, we know that by single family and by multifamily. And because of that, we know that our multifamily numbers are going up, which is why you see an increase in the multifamily rate this year. It includes only new capacity costs and the concept of growth pays for growth, provides credit for any state matching funds, even if we're not eligible for state match funds, which in the case of the new elementary school and the building at Skyview, we're not receiving state matching funds, but we still provide the credit in that formula to try to do our best to keep that impact fee number as reasonable as possible. And we also credit for any taxes that a new homeowner might pay towards school construction that's already in the local real estate taxes. And that fee is actually discounted by another 50% before we bring it to you. So the fees that come out were actually double the fees that we're asking for. So this is what the 2018 impact fee calculation came out to. Single family, essentially double the 16,038, and then it's cut in half. So we're requesting a single family rate of $16,038, requesting of the multifamily to go from $0 to $1,818. And the chart down below just shows what I've kind of talked about in circles a little bit, but the number of new units over that 5-year period in single family equaled 2,934 new single-family dwelling units, and out of those units, we received 1,682 new students to the Northshore School District. Out of the multifamily, during that 5-year period, there were 2,227 new multifamily dwelling units, and out of those dwelling units, we received 300 new students. So down below, you see that kind of calculated into what we call a student generation rate for each grade span, and the student generation rate is what goes into the calculation of the impact fees by county code. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions? They're amazed. I want to say on behalf of the kids at Maywood Elementary, well, at least the little boys in the 5th grade, they really don't like the portables. Just saying. That's all I have to say about that. Is there any? Is there a motion? Or do we have questions? There we go. Councilmember McCall.
All of our elementary schools have portables, and our middle schools. So not just Maywood, everybody.
Yeah, let me just comment on the portables for a second. We have, this is not unlike many large school districts. We have 150 portables throughout the district, maybe a few more than that. A number of those are older than 20 years. Portables really by nature are meant to be a short-term fix to rapid growth. Sometimes it is more than that, and I think, I've spent lots of time working for the state, and we used to joke that a temporary building with the state really meant more like 50 years. It tends to be a short-term fix because you can put a portable up in a year. You can't permit, design, and build a school in a year. In fact, it's really a push to get that done in 4 years. So when you have growth of 1,200 students in 2 years, and you've had growth continually over a period of 6 years, really your only options are to look and see, do you have any schools with open space? We do not. If we did have schools with open space, we wouldn't be asking for impact fees because we wouldn't fit the eligibility requirements, which we did not fit the eligibility requirements for a number of years because we had so much open space in the southeast portion of our district. So portables are really meant for a specific purpose. But because of the growth that I think a lot of school districts have been receiving with the economy recovering in the last 6-7 years, the portables tend to be held on to for a lot longer and used as kind of a backup plan. So last year, our school board, led by our superintendent as well as the school board, kind of put a kibosh on adding new portables. We didn't put any portables in last year. We may or may not this next year. It really depends on where our pinch points are throughout the district. But our hope is that we're planning appropriately for new capacity and that the new buildings that will go in will take that pinch point and, not allow us to not have to put more new portables in. But it's a regular discussion. I mean, when you have four comprehensive high schools, they're all going to be at capacity. One has only been open for 2 years, and we're already full. So as much as we don't like portables, sometimes we have no choice.
And if I may, where are you building the school in Maltby?
Well, we call it the school off Maltby Road. We haven't named it yet. It won't be called the Maltby Elementary School because Maltby, there is a Maltby Elementary already in another school district. It's just that this location happens to be off Maltby Road. So it's really elementary school number 21 until we title it, till we come up with a new name sometime this spring. But it's off Maltby Road on just west of Highway 9.
All right, any other questions? Councilmember Zorns?
Question and comment. I substitute in the Northshore School District, and I had a teacher last year, teacher friend asked me why the city was not allowing more portables, but it sounds like it was a district decision not to create more portable or add more portables.
Well, there are locations that are not very conducive to permitting new portables. And so we know where those locations are that we would have challenges permitting based upon egress, fire lanes, electricity capacity, traffic impact fees. We know where the challenges are, but we also have campuses that are at capacity unless we do some major changes to those campuses. So a lot of times it gets stated that we're not able to permit them. It's just that the cost sometimes to permit portables really begins to be a discussion of whether or not it's wise to spend money on a portable that you might only use for a couple years. So different situations at different schools based upon the campus and the jurisdiction.
Okay, so some of the schools have reached their maximum.
Close to it, yes.
Okay.
For one reason or another, and the reasons may be different from school to school.
Okay. Well, I just want to make a comment that a portable is a hideous, I mean, there are worse places to be, but a portable is a hideous place to be day after day after day. Most of these portables just have one small window. They echo and reverberate. They don't have running water. You got to go through the weather and the rain to get to the bathrooms. Dirt tracks in and out. So you bringing this forward in creating more real classroom space has my undivided attention.
I was just checking to make sure Snohomish County, they are paying the same amount in Snohomish and King County, the unincorporated parts.
Yes, so Snohomish County and King County have both approved our capital facilities plan and associated impact fees that you're reviewing today.
Okay.
City of Kenmore and
Woodinville.
City of Kenmore and City of Woodinville are in a little bit different schedule, and that's somewhat based upon their own internal schedule. City of Kenmore approved because we had a number of years that we didn't collect impact fees or we weren't eligible, we had to go through kind of a different process in each jurisdiction to get a new ordinances developed as well as new interlocals to establish who's going to collect the fee. So City of Kenmore kind of fell behind. So they reviewed the 2017 capital facilities plan in April of this year. And so they're collecting right now based upon the 2017 capital facilities plan, which is just over 10,000 for single family and 0 for multifamily. And just sometime after the first of the year, they will go through the same process that you're going through tonight. City of Woodinville, for a variety of reasons, had not adopted our capital facilities plan nor our impact fees until just this last month. And so because they'd already gone through their process in the Planning Commission, they adopted the 2017 capital facilities plan as well. And then sometime this next year, they will look at the 2018 capital facilities plan.
Okay. Any other questions? Are we ready for a motion? Questions? Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. McNeil, not McAuliffe. Thank you. So I have a ton of questions. But first I will start by saying some of the best years and worst years of my schooling was in a portable 41 years ago. So if that tells you anything about portables. What I would like to talk about is the what are the fees? So you talk about fees. When are these fees paid?
The fees are paid upon permit application.
Okay, so during the course of a new construction of something,
Yes.
it is part of the cost for permitting new construction of a single-family residence and potentially future multifamily.
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about these fees go to capital projects. Capital projects meaning for facilities only like the school itself? No, like chairs or any of that kind of stuff?
No.
You know, furnishings and things?
The growth school impact fees, and I say grow, put the growth in front of it, can only be spent on new capacity construction. So it cannot be spent on anything that is refurbished, that is supplying supplies to the school. It cannot be spent on labor for teachers. It can only be spent on capital construction costs.
Okay, so furnishings
of
is
new
not
capacity.
new capacity. So if I need to have a classroom for 30 new students, the furnishings within that classroom is not, it's not classified as a capital project, correct?
New furnishings of new construction is capital, but those are kind of considered soft costs. So we would use, these impact fees are typically spent only on construction, and soft costs are typically funded through the bond process.
Okay. And then can or does a capital project include sports facilities?
Capital projects do include sports facilities, but that does not fit the definition of new capacity classroom space. So a school bond, for example, we passed a $275 million school bond in February. Renovations to fields, there are a portion of those bond dollars that are allocated for fields, but that does not fit the definition of how impact fees can be spent, because it's not new capacity. It's not a building new capacity. So impact fees would never be spent on fields.
Okay, so if you add 1,600 kids that need a place to go play during the day.
We have to fund that as a school district through our bond process.
Through a bond, okay.
Yes.
All right. The growth targets, that what you showed on growth, based on you said 5 jurisdictions, I believe you said 5 jurisdictions,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
unincorporated King, unincorporated Snohomish, Bothell, Kenmore, Woodinville.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have something that shows like the actual growth within each one of those individual areas? Or I thought I saw something on there.
We do have that information. That's not something I brought with me. Okay. But I can get that for you. We do monitor it by jurisdiction as well as by school, by grade level, by grade span, by development. We have to collect it in all those different areas. So, I can look at Bothell and know what permits we kind of have in the pipeline, and we're coordinating with the different jurisdictions and monitoring that. But that's all. That's information that is put into the district as a whole. That's just not information that I brought with me.
Okay.
It is in our capital facilities plan, however, which I believe you have a copy of.
Yeah, I was just curious because I was interested to know, based on the growth, seems like the majority of the growth we hear is coming from the north end of our city, up in the Snohomish County portion of our city. But I'm on your map, I thought I saw some purple pockets, some red pockets of some higher growth areas in the south portion as well.
It is interspersed throughout the district, and I actually do have a little bit of this with me. It's on page 8 of the capital facilities plan. So we look at active new home permits, and it's like a snapshot of in the pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
So for Bothell, which would include the area around West Hill Elementary, Maywood Hills, Shelton View, Frank Love, and Lakewood. So it's around the elementary, because those are the initial schools that we look at. I can tell you that West Hill has 177 active new home permits in different phases of the process. Maywood Hills, 82, Shelton View, 104, Frank Love, 33, and Lockwood, Lockwood 6. Now that was a snapshot that was taken at the time to put that data into the capital facilities plan. So that obviously that snapshot's going to change from month to month depending upon where builders are. If you have a bunch of builders that show up and put permits in, after the snapshot's taken, those numbers wouldn't be in there. But you're going to see that North Creek, like Fernwood, Kokanee, Fernwood comparably has 316 as compared to West Hill being 177, so it's, half that. Kokanee, 419, so all the growth around the Kokanee area in the last 5 years is pretty massive. Canyon Creek, 58, and Crystal Springs, 81. If you look at Woodinville, it's a lot less because you're starting to get into the east portion of the King County portion of the district, which is much less development. We're starting to see multifamily in the city of Woodinville. And Inglemoor matches up pretty well with Bothell in terms of active permits in the pipeline.
And so the numbers that you just listed off for the schools that are actually located in Bothell, except for Inglemoor, which is in Kenmore, the boundaries for those schools can actually incorporate other cities. Is that correct? So that you could have growth that's happening in Kenmore, but the kids are actually going to school in Bothell, and vice versa. Kids that live in Bothell are going to school in Kenmore.
Generally, you have schools and you have pockets around those schools. So depending upon the density of the neighborhoods around those schools, the further away you get from the school, then that decisions are made whether those pockets get assigned to a school that's a little bit further away than their home school. But we're never going to be swapping neighborhoods, and have one further away go to this school and one further away go to this school. It's really like for Fernwood and Frank Love, for example, you have pretty dense neighborhoods. Talking about portables, Fernwood has 18 portables. Frank Love, I believe, has 13 portables. So they're like, we kind of call it a little portable city. And that's because the density around those schools has gotten so heavy that in order to allow for space for those elementary kids, we've had to add portables. So we look at the neighborhood pockets around those schools, and if we have to cut it off at a certain point in time to make sure that we don't go over capacity, those are the neighborhoods that are a little bit further away that might get assigned to, say, Kenmore. So they're still maybe between Kenmore and Frank Love, or you might have school neighborhood boundaries between Kokanee and not Crystal Springs, but Kokanee and I guess even Fernwood and Canyon Creek, that you start having to adjust those lines based upon the density of those neighborhoods. So you're still always trying to fit the goal of kids going to their closest home school, but in some situations, if the density is so great at the neighborhoods closest to the school, they may be going to a school that's a little bit further away.
Okay.
And that's really the only way you can balance out, the enrollment from school to school.
All right. Well, I mean, I won't apologize. I'm asking a lot of questions, but it's also with open transparency, I have twins that go to elementary school right now. And I've watched the neighborhood which we live in go from 5 or 6 kids riding a bus to 30 kids now at the bus stop.
Right.
And we're in the same neighborhood that's been existing for many, many years. So there's a huge amount of just transition from, the people who are living in the neighborhood, older neighborhoods as well, where new families move in, they have kids, those kids are now moving on to elementary school. So I have a ton of questions. I'm not going to try to ask them now for time's sake, but I do have a concern that the other cities around us may not be at the same level that we are as far as impact fees. And just out of curiosity, I wanted to ask the attorney a question. Is this something that we need to address today?
It's not something you need to address today. The code requires that you look at it at least once a year. But if you are concerned that the impact fees that are proposed in the ordinance are too high or not to your liking, what you can do is if you turn to page 204 of 266 in your packet, at the very bottom of that page, it says Section 5. And a new section is added to Chapter 21.12 BMC to be codified as BMC 21.12.071 to read as follows. It then continues on the next page and lists the school impact fees for single-family residences at the $16,038 and for multifamily at $1,818 per unit. And you can make a motion to amend those to keep them at their current level. So if you want to address it tonight, you can either adopt it as is or you can make an amending motion to change the single-family residence and multifamily residence per unit fee.
Do I got more time?
No, I thought you were done.
So I have some hesitation here, and it's because I know that we did extensive work, the council did, in making sure that we had school impact fees. And what concerns me is we have jurisdictions around us that haven't been collecting those fees. Also, you had mentioned that portions of the district that are not, I guess, overpopulated, or the schools are not overcrowded or whatever, impact what you can actually collect from impact fees, which then would, so essentially you weren't able to collect impact fees because we had no overcrowding in Woodinville. Is that correct, for many years?
No, I want to be real clear on this. So the school district is seen as the jurisdiction that collects the impact fees. So the jurisdiction has to meet all the requirements to collect impact fees. Then we have to go to the jurisdictions that are the municipalities in order to get approval to collect. That's the way that the Growth Management Act is written. But we are seen as the jurisdiction that is requesting the collection of the impact fee. So therefore, our district as a whole has to have capacity issues across the district and growth across the district. So if we have one section of our district that isn't growing as fast, then that prohibits us from collecting impact fees district-wide. We don't have the ability to section out our district by municipality or by growth and say we're growing in this area, so therefore we want to collect impact fees in this area, and we don't want to collect impact fees in this area. We have to meet the requirement district-wide for space, capacity, growth, and basically it allows us to look at our district as a whole and make choices about how we manage our enrollment so that our schools aren't over capacity, so that we can level out our schools and basically make decisions about where we have to build capacity, where we have the ability to build capacity within the school district, as a whole. So we have to look at where land availability is, what campuses where we might have the ability to build up or build out. But we don't have the ability to say, okay, well, Bothell's growing more than Woodinville, so therefore we're only going to spend impact fees and build capacity in Woodinville. We have to look at our district as a whole, much like the city has to look at the city issues as a whole.
Correct. Okay, I got you. So just in closing up, I'll save my comments for later, but I guess taking away with what you just said, I guess I would understand that is if Bothell's busting into seams with growth and Woodinville is not, and both of us are in the same school district, and because of Woodinville, the growth being lower in Woodinville and those schools not busting at the seams, then the kids that live in or go to school in Bothell are going to suffer because of that. I just want to make sure that I'm clear that that's...
Yeah, so if there is space in our other districts, what it allows us to do is to manage the pinch points of our growth on the outskirts of certain jurisdictions. So like, again, we have growth is where it is and where growth is allowed. Growth is not as allowed on the east of the urban growth line in King County. So you're not going to see as much development over there, and you have schools with lower enrollment. But the space that is in those schools allows us to move programs, allows us to have overflow. It gives us more flexibility within the district as a whole to readjust our enrollment throughout the district to balance it all out. So that we don't have suffering schools. If we didn't have those extra spaces, then we'd be in a worse situation, and all of our schools where the growth is would be over capacity, and we'd have a situation where we'd have like 30 to 32 kids per classroom because we'd have no space for those kids to go.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I just have one question, really. What happens if there's a recession and the housing market bottoms out? I guess I'm looking for in what scenario would you have to cancel impact fees?
Well, because we do this on an annual basis, we have to meet the eligibility requirements on an annual basis. So if we saw a sudden dropout or a sudden move out of people out of our district, whether that be in Bothell or Woodinville or in Snohomish County, that impact would be reviewed when we're doing our capital facilities plan. And if all of a sudden it showed that we had sudden capacity in our district, and the growth adjustments are going to start to show over a 6-year projection, then we would no longer be eligible to collect impact fees.
So even though you're building an elementary school, if suddenly the numbers changed, because you're building that elementary school based on existing need, right?
Yes.
So if the growth ended, would that end your impact fees, even though you're still building this elementary school?
It would end the impact fees from a certain point on, so the next time we did our capital facilities plan, or those based upon the numbers at the time, the impact fees may change next year. They may go up, they may go down, and that's going to be very dependent upon what the calculations are at the time. It would, because of where our enrollment is as a district, it would take a lot for us to have an empty school per se. I mean, our numbers for Fernwood and Frank Love,
Right.
Kokanee are so high right now that it's our job to kind of build enough, but not build too much, because you don't want to have empty schools if suddenly growth stops or we end up in a situation like we were in 2008 to 2010. So you might see some people move out of district, and you'll see the enrollment start to drop down. But our enrollment at many of our schools is over 85% of our capacity. 85% capacity is really what we want to. We don't want to go above that, but we have some schools right now that we are above that, and those new school construction is going to take some of that pinch point off of that. So even if we started to see some enrollment drop off or some decline in the economy, it would take a while before we started to see, schools start to be empty again, because those cohorts still are pretty high, and we're monitoring those on an annual basis.
Yeah, I was just concerned because on our agenda bill summary, it talks about we had school impact fees in 1998 and then no impact fees from 2002 to 2016. And it seems like you have such a huge hurdle to get to the point where you can collect them.
Right.
And then you're making a commitment to build them. I was concerned, can it just be removed?
Your impact fees are probably less than 2% of our capital program, and so the impact fees is one portion. It's kind of like the state match program. On the concert hall that we're looking to build at Inglemore, we're going to get a very small, less than probably maybe around 5% of state match money on that. State match money on the North Creek High School was around 5%. I mean, these additional funding programs are important pieces so that new growth pays for growth.
But it really doesn't.
But
if it's 5%, it's not paying for it at all.
It's paying a portion of it. And so if it goes away, it's designed to be a piece of our funding program, but it's not something that we rely on.
Right.
100%. With a bond is really the critical piece for us.
Right. It just, like I said, it seems like there's such a huge hurdle for you to get to the point where you can collect them. Then you have to meet all this criteria, and then it has to be half of what the actual need is. It's crazy. And so, and if no one else has comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
I've got a quick question.
Okay.
If I can just add one comment too, just because I know that I deal with all the jurisdictions on impact fees, and we appreciate that the city of Bothell has been ahead of the curve in terms of other jurisdictions, and that has helped us move other jurisdictions along. And so they do kind of follow, just like you're curious what other jurisdictions have approved, amounts like King County, Snohomish County. Everyone kind of pays attention to what each other does. So in terms of whether you can't increase it, but whether you adopt this amount or a lower amount, it can feed that path both positively and negatively to other jurisdictions.
So I just have one quick question on that, to that end. So does Woodinville now pay or collect impact fees, school impact fees?
Yes, and they did so much because they felt like they weren't participating like they should be. And so because other jurisdictions were in the program, they felt like it was appropriate for them to join the program.
And they're charging to the 10,000.
Right, they're doing what they authorize because it's such a long process to get to that point. So they had already gone through the Planning Commission for the 2017 Capital Facilities Plan, which is the 10,000 and the 0. And so the next, probably soon after the first of the year, they'll look at adopting the 2018 number that's before you today.
And it's the same for Kenmore too?
Same for Kenmore, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. Is there a motion? Deputy Mayor?
I motion to approve the school impact fees for single-family and multifamily as requested by the North Shore School District and related code amendments recommended by staff.
It's moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councilmember McAuliffe to approve the school impact fees for single family to $16,038 and multifamily to $1,818 as requested by the North Shore School District and related code amendments and recommended by staff. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember McNeil?
Yes, I will be supporting the motion, but I want to make sure that I made clear that I'm concerned the fact that we have other jurisdictions that are not collecting the same fees. It sounds like they're going to be collecting the same fees. From a developer standpoint, a builder standpoint, if the city of Bothell is charging $6,000 more per residential unit than the neighboring jurisdictions, that from a development standpoint doesn't look good. And we all want to be working together. We're all serving the same community. So hopefully we can get that passed by the other jurisdictions so they're picking up the same load that we are here in Bothell. Thank you.
City Attorney, I kind of screwed up. There was no ask for public comment before a motion was put on the floor. It's a public hearing.
Okay.
So what do we do?
Go ahead and ask for a public comment. You'll have to rescind the motion.
I rescind my motion.
Okay, second, so you're good with this? Okay, is there anybody in the public that would like to provide public comment? Sorry about all this, going once, twice, okay. Motion,
Can I just say I'm back to my motion?
there's a motion, and there's a second by Councilmember McAuliffe. All right, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, place your vote. Passes unanimously. We're on to, is this the fourth one? Who sets this agenda anyway?
We need to extend the meeting again. We have approximately an hour and a half of agenda items left.
Okay. Councilmember McNeil makes the motion to move to 11 o'clock. I'll second that. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, place your vote. Anybody else put a hand up and say aye? Okay. Passes unanimously with seat number 8, whichever that is in the negative. Or, I'm sorry, it doesn't pass unanimously. It passes with 6 council members and no seat number 8 in the negative. All right, AB 18-198, public hearing to consider approval of proposed ordinance amending the city's 2017-18 biennial budget. I'm officially opening the public hearing, and we are, who's doing this one? Oh, there we go. Interim Finance Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy, and City Council. For your policy consideration this evening is for Council to approve the proposed ordinance amending the city's 2017-2018 biennial budget. A brief overview of the biennial budget. Per RCW, our budget appropriations are legally binding. We budget by governmental funds. The city cannot spend more than the amount is budgeted in each fund. As needs arise, the city can amend or modify the budget through council-approved ordinance. Any unexpended budget remaining at the end of the biennium is not carried forward into the new budget period. Mid-biennial review and modification or amendment may be completed no sooner than September 1st and no later than December 31st. And a public hearing is required, and any modification must be adopted by City Council through ordinance. In 2018, budget year in review, I'll briefly go over this. 2018 started out the year with a $2.4 million deficit, and it is projected to end the year with a $1 million deficit. General fund reserves are estimated to have a $10.5 million ending fund balance. Strategic actions were taken to reduce deficit and rebalance financial outflows and inflows. I will be talking more about those in the 7th quarter report following this agenda item. In 2018, the city purchased 2 properties. The city center lot was paid with REIT revenues, and the back 5 acres of the former Wayne Golf Course was funded with park impact fees. The city also received unanticipated REIT revenues in the 4th quarter from commercial property sales. I will now go over the proposed 2018 budget amendment by fund, beginning with the general fund. Construction sales tax came in higher than we had anticipated. We've talked about that before during the property tax levies. We tend to budget conservatively, and construction sales tax, we are requesting an increase in that appropriation of $1.6 million. Also requesting $500,000 increase for wildfire reimbursement costs that we received, and then a $97,000 increase for transferring back to the general fund the remaining money left over from the GEO bond, which funded the police station public safety building, which that bond is now completely paid off. So the total revenue appropriation request for the revenues is $1,197,000 increase. In expenditures, we are requesting $3.2 million increase due to public safety personnel costs, with a net budgetary impact to the general fund of $1 million. Arterial Street Fund, these are restricted funds. We have traffic impact fees. We are requesting a decrease of $2.5 million on the revenue side, and then on the expenditure side, we are requesting transferring $2.64 million to the capital fund to fund the capital funds for transportation. Net result budgetary impact to the Arterial Street Fund is $5.140 million decrease. Similar in the Park Cumulative Reserve Fund, also restricted funds. We have seen an increase in the park impact fees, so we are therefore requesting $2.5 million in revenues, and also an increase to expenditures of $2.85 million, transferring those impact fees to capital fund to be used for capital fund projects with regards to park impact fees. A net budgetary impact of $350,000 decrease. The Drug Seizure Fund, also restricted. Drug seizures revenue have come in slightly more than projected. We are requesting an increase to that budget appropriation of $70,000. In expenditures, we're requesting a $20,000 increase. Some of those increases were due to some additional SWAT equipment that was purchased, and as our drug seizure revenues have increased, also therefore increases the state portion of their fees that we must pay to them. Therefore, a net budgetary impact of $50,000 increase to the drug seizure fund. Here we have the GEO refunding bond fund that funded the public safety police building. We are requesting that the $97,000 that was originally put in there in the beginning from the general fund be now transferred back, as that fund will be closed in 2019. So a net budgetary impact of an increase of $97,000. The Capital Improvement Fund, we are requesting the increase in revenues due to the traffic impact fees transfers and the park impact fee transfers for a net budgetary impact of $5.490 million increase. The Fireman's Pension Reserve Fund, this funds benefits for police and fire left one retirees. An increase, a moderate increase of $8,000 in the fire insurance premium tax revenue. And in the expenditure side, a $30,000 increase due to increase in disability payments. This is mainly a result of the fire union contract settlements. Retroactive pays also affected this fund as well for the retirees, for a net impact of $22,000 decrease. This is just part of the attachment that's in the ordinance. It shows what you are approving tonight, the revenues for all the funds. You have the 2018 proposed budget amendment column. For the revenues, you also have the expenditure side for all the funds. And then it's part of your packet, the position classification listing for all employees. There were no additional council-approved budget positions for in 2018. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to the mayor and council for continuation of the public hearing.
So nobody signed up for the public, to provide public comment. Is there anybody interested in providing public comment? Seeing none, we'll go into questions from council, or if somebody wants to throw down a motion, that would be fantastic, in my opinion.
I move the recommended action.
I'll second that. Is there any- Oh, okay. Moved by the deputy mayor, second by the mayor to adopt the proposed ordinance amending the city's 2017-18 biennial budget. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, go ahead, place your vote. Passes unanimously. Now we're into new business, AB 18-199, 7th quarter budget status report. It's not a public hearing, though. Go ahead.
Right. This is the 7th quarter budget status report as of September 30th, 2018. The quarterly status report is a legal requirement to provide a fiscal update to council, and therefore there is no recommended action required of council this evening. A brief 2017 general fund recap. We spoke about the $2.4 million deficit as the end of December 31st of 2017. Majority of this deficit was due to unanticipated tax refunds from Department of Revenue, speculative revenues that did not materialize, and unbudgeted public safety expenditures. Just a reminder that on the public safety expenditures, the police and fire union contracts that were settled, police was retroactive to 2017, and the fire was 2 years behind, so that contributed to some of that unbudgeted expenditures because we had retroactive pay for 2 years to be a part of that, expenditure line item. In the 5th and 6th quarter, as of June 30th, the general fund deficit was at $3.2 million. A majority of the deficit was due to the continuation of unbudgeted public safety personnel costs, including overtime and the overhire strategy that was put in place at the end of 2017. On a more positive note, revenue trends had continued to be above our projections. However, the expenditures also continued to outpace the revenues. Now for the 7th quarter budget report. As of September 30th, the general fund deficit was at $2.6 million, down approximately $566,000 from the 6th quarter report. Retail sales tax was up almost 10% from 2017. Construction sales tax was up 19.3% from last year. Now, it is possible that the final 2017-2018 biennial budget deficit may be greater than previously projected due to unknown factors. We have the 8th quarter retail sales tax revenues yet to be seen. They will not come in until the end of February. The local economists are always predicting that tends to be, December tends to be a higher retail sales month. We will see, and along with that, we also are anticipating a slowing economy. During the 7th quarter, city manager and staff took steps to mitigate the deficit and reduce expenditures. These actions included suspending the $1 million business license subsidy to the street fund, suspending the $500,000 transfer to the capital fund for the city hall lease payment, and transferring $274,000 of Park Creek flood legal expenditures to the storm and surface water fund. A brief summary of the state's economy, current conditions and forecast. Washington economy continues to expand at a more rapid pace than the rest of the nation. Unemployment came in at an all-time low in October. We are seeing home prices and construction beginning to slow down. However, they're stating that manufacturing and exports are remaining strong. Our consumer price inflation in this area is well above the national average due to higher shelter cost inflation. And lowering oil prices may result in Seattle inflation rate decline. Now, looking forward to 2019, staff will be exploring revenue options and bringing those back to council. We are also want to ensure that we protect the general fund reserves. We will be pursuing and issuing public safety bonds later in 2019. We are beginning the implementation of the public safety levy that was passed. We will be bringing back financial policies to council in 2019 for formal adoption by council. Continuing with our financial strategy to ensure long-term sustainability. And finally, providing council and citizens timely quarterly budget status reports. We will be redesigning the reports to enhance transparency and improve reporting of the city's financial condition for council and citizens. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? That was a perfect presentation. Thank you. There's no questions from council. We're moving on to AB 18-200, our 200th. Wow, we end on the number 200. That's interesting for the year. Resolution adopting the 2019 fee schedule.
I'm sorry, you have me again.
That's all right.
Our 2019 fee schedule for your approval tonight. Just a brief overview. Departments annually analyze and review their fees and attempt to recoup our costs and full recovery as much as possible. We typically increase fees by the CPIW, which was 3.6% for this year. Some other fees are limited by the state law, federal law, or by market conditions. In the staff report before you, any non-CPI changes were outlined in detail in the staff report. And because I am not an expert in some of the other departments' fee schedules and how they come up with their fees, staff from the departments are here to help answer any questions you may have.
You good?
That concludes.
Okay. Is there any questions about the fee schedule? Anybody? Is there a motion to approve the fee schedule? It's moved by Councilmember McNeil, seconded by that was Councilmember McAuliffe. See, I got your name right. We haven't been at 10 o'clock. To adopt the proposed resolution approving the 2019 fee schedule and superseding resolution number 1370 from 2017. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please your vote. Passes unanimously, so you just got to beat us down, and then we're sort of flipping through these things. Okay, so now we're going to go into executive session for about 30 minutes for potential litigation pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1I. That'll put us coming back out at 10:41. Do we have any? Are we going to make any decisions after exec? Nope. So we will be adjourned after executive session.